This is just me sharing operational stuff with how I help different customers before. And just starting out this YouTube channel. Hopefully it works. Okay, so this is the operating system. With decades of experience with different niche in the service industry, from cleaning, construction, roofing, swimming pool, pest, locksmith, garage, landscaping. Did I mention landscaping? Appliance repair. They all have common denominator. From acquiring customers, existing, new leads, acquire information, site plan, send estimate, create job order, new schedule, reschedule, dispatch, in progress, job complete, phase project. If it's phase project, it all goes back again to create job order, to create another schedule, and an invoice, collect, pay, progress billing. Guess what? This progress billing, once you get paid, it all goes again to create job, Of course, if it's just a one-time off, one-time job, appliance repair and all that, here, you can just follow this trail. And I will discuss this one by one. What could be your missing points, things that we could probably apply in your company, things that you may have not yet applied, things that you know, may not know, or still don't know that we could apply, and who knows, that could work. Or it may not work, or let's see. This is going to be a long series, so let's start. Episode 1, the number one reason trade businesses stay stuck. No real operating system. Gotta fix this first. Let me start with a beautiful trade business fairy tale. It's Monday morning, 7:59. 3 trucks are out. 2 of your technicians are late, of course. Your phone is ringing like collecting child support, and your CSR is panicking. Early morning, probably eating gummy bear. And your operation manager saying like, man, where's Lamb? It's like a trade business language saying, we got no idea what's happening. Let's just call it growth for now. So the real movie starts, and one lead calls at 4:27 p.m. You got this one technician, running late for a 38 minutes, supposedly quick job. Turns out to not having pictures, material pickup, got no permit and all that. And then you probably have this $77,000 estimate sitting in someone's tax, like a dead squirrel in a gutter. And you have this one invoice that never got sent, which one of your technicians just sent it out like the word done. Like it's the complete sentence. And you, the owner, is just saying like, we need more leads. Nope, you don't. You need operating system, my friend. Here's the truth. The number one reason trade businesses stay stuck, it's not marketing. It's not hiring. It's not economy. It's not the customer's price. And definitely not Trump. Sure, there are war right now, but this is basic. This should be like your fundamentals of not blaming this elements. What you need is an operating system, because regardless of war, regardless of economic collapse, people still need their appliances fixed. They need their landscape. They need their swimming pool clean. They need their air conditioning. They need heating. They will find a way to pay you to fix that, regardless of war. So you're in business, regardless of. Congratulations. You are a war-proof, COVID-proof niche. So yeah, but you know what you have? You have bad habits. You have tribal knowledge. You have one loyal office person. You have one technician who probably knows everything. And you have 1,000 tiny decisions like text messages, notebooks, sticky notes, voicemail, and somebody's memory. So, my friend, that is not an operating system. It's just a hostage situation. If one of your guy leaves, you're done. By the end of this, I'm going to show you exactly how to fix that first before you spend more money on ads, or before you hire another VA or technician or another operation manager, before you even buy a new shiny software again that could probably promise you world peace and same day cash flow, which probably, yes, which is no. If you don't fix that first, man, every growth does is just make your chaos arrive faster. Trust me. I've seen a lot of businesses having this. So yeah, let's be honest. If I ask your team right now, what happens after a missed call? Would I get like one answer? Two? I'd probably get 6. For sure. So, yep. This is what no operating system looks like. You get double booking mistakes, you get bad margin, you get late approval, you get more callbacks and recalls, and you're bleeding in cash flow because you're like doing everything. You know why? Why did this lead go cold? Why did the tech show up without parts? Why did the customer say nobody told them that? I don't know. Ask your mom. Why is the invoice still open? Why are we so busy but still not making enough money? It's a multi-million-dollar question, my friend. You know why? It is because your business is not being run by a system. It's just being run by interruption. And interruption, my friend, that is fucking expensive. That'll eat your operational expenses. So, yep. Every trade business without the operating system has the same hidden tax. Aside from your ex-wife tax, you have a missed call tax, double booking tech tax, the wrong truck roll tax. Yeah, because you're going to spend fuel. This customer here, I thought that was included tax, the nobody documented it tax, the callback tax, the past due invoice tax, the owner has to touch everything tax. This one is a killer. That's you right there. And you're going to be saying, like, dude, we've been doing this 4 years. Yeah, so as those people keeping old cell phone chargers. This will cost you a lot of operational expenses, basically, because if the business only works when you're personally translating every job, like, everything goes to you, you're calling every customer like you're an emotional pet support, emotional support pet, whatever, and you're fixing every handoff, like you're calculating everything, you're checking every estimate, and just reviewing every invoice and babysitting every technician. Man, congratulations, you don't own a company. You own a real stressful job with a truck payment. That's not a company. Just saying, like, and I know what some of you are thinking, like, dude, been doing this for years? Yeah, you've been doing it for years. And that's why you're not growing. You're just still stuck. Probably growing a bit, but you should be growing more, at your peak, at your highest potential to dominate your own zip code. Moving on. So this is getting more interesting. Here's what happens when there's no operating system. So this is your CSR. Let's call her Maria. She's from Philippines. The CSR promised one thing. The dispatcher schedules another thing. Or dispatcher or your CSR could be a VA or the same person or probably separate. The third one, the technician sees a third thing. Here's the best part. Karen, your favorite neighborhood customer who yells. The customer expects a fourth thing, and then the fifth, the invoice says different. This is chaos right over here. So, yeah. How many of your daily fires are not actually a real problem? They're just, a bill coming due for business with no standard ways or no SOP to run. Because Not because the market is bad. It's not because there isn't enough demand, but because, you as the owner, you just keep trying to grow a company that's still run like a group chat in Slack or WhatsApp. Yeah, you're doing business, but again, you're not growing at your full potential, which you should be. So next is we're going to be discussing the operator mindset shift. We'll kind of shift your mindsetting on how to run this. I get it. You've been doing this for years, but bear with me. Okay. It's been 13 minutes. So hang on a bit. If you want to expand, scale, go big and spend 6 months in Puerto Rico in a beach while your business runs in autopilot, stay with me. Okay. I don't do much of the edit, so I'll just explain more in here. Here's the mindset shift. I can't find any more photos. It's just a human drawing with money. This is the first thing you should think. When you wake up, just think of money. That's your first mindset, right over there. Okay, well, here you go. Here's the mindset shift. Your problem is your problem is not people first. Your problem is system first. Let me repeat it back. Your problem is not people first. Your problem is system first, because some owners can get really emotional in here. I'm not saying people don't matter. They are. People matter a lot. They're like your backbone in your operation. But is it good people trapped in a bad system? Guess what? Still produce bad outcome, right? It's like epigenetics right over there. You may have a great technician, bad notes, great dispatcher, bad capacity planning. You have a great customer service representative, but bad intake form. You as a great owner, you have a bad follow-up discipline. So everyone is great. You just have a couple of bad stuff it's not on the realm of entrepreneurship. I'm not your business guru. I'm just your operator. So I don't teach you how to run your business. I'm just showing you things that I've seen in different niche that is working and not working. Here's the next one. Operator's mindset. 4 things: process, people, tools, numbers. Again, process, we'll go over with this in a bit. Process, people, tools, numbers. Numbers is just a byproduct. If you have good process, good people, good tools. And of course, let me add a 5th one. Man, you got to enforce it. You got to start enforcing it. If you don't, you have a great process, you got great CRM. Now you've hired new people. Now you have great tools. Now what? How can you get great numbers? How can you get more cash flow? Enforcement, my friend. If you don't enforce it, it's like buying a new iPhone 17, or what is it now? 17, 18? If you have a nice iPhone, if you don't maximize its full potential, it's just an iPhone. It's just a hardware. It won't do much. You have a Ferrari, you have a Lambo, you could drive, 120, 160? But if you're just in a highway with 5 different school zones, you're only allowed to drive 10 to 20 kilometers per hour, your Lambo is useless. It's not running its full potential. That's just my point. So forget the Lambo. Anyway, so yeah, there's one line that I like from this one guy, Edward Deming. You know what he said? If you can't describe what you're doing as a process, you don't know it yourself. In the same token, Albert Einstein said, if you can't explain it to a 10-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. here's a little challenge out of the business, but try to explain your business to your 10-year-old son or your daughter. If they can understand it, you understand your business. If they don't, that you yourself, you don't understand your business. Try it. If no one understands your process, then your SOP is just a motivational PDF made in Canva. It's just artificial. So here's the next one. What that means is when the owner tells you like, I hear this a lot. I'm sure you've heard of this in some of your buddy. You know what? We don't really have a process. My team knows what to do. Yeah, your team. Yeah, my operations managers know what to do. I really don't know what process. I really don't know what unit that is. I forgot the name of the property manager, but you know what? My team knows them. My team knows what to do. Dude, you are not operating it. Sure, your team knows what to do, but you know where to dig in just in case one of your guys gets sick. You know where to dig in, where to get that access code just in case. Here, undocumented tribal knowledge. You get weak accountability. Guess what? For your next guy, for your next VA, that's gonna be a future training disaster. It's gonna be like an avalanche. Yeah. So when the owner tells me like, we don't really have a process and my team knows what to do, man, probably you're just, I don't know, adopting your technician just so they can have a job. But you're not really running a rightful business that could scale. Okay, let's move on to the system. The real operating system. Let me start with this. Software is not your operating system. That doesn't mean you have the most expensive, with all the bells and whistles, the fanciest CRM. That's not an operating system. It's software. It's just a container. It's just a whiteboard with electricity and monthly bills, and it's like a steering wheel. Again, it's a Lamborghini. Unless you drive it at its full potential, then it becomes a Lamborghini. But it's not a driver. You are the driver. Your team is a driver. You can put a messy business inside an expensive software. Guess what? You'll still get an expensive mess. I like that line. You can put a messy business inside an expensive software and all you get, an expensive mess. That is not efficiency. It's just protecting the business. Let's stop asking who messes up. Starting today, after this, we have to stop asking like who messes up. We better start asking what system allowed this happen 3 times. Let me repeat it back. Starting today, after this first episode, we're not going to be asking anymore who messes up. Start asking yourself what system or what part of the system that allowed this to happen 3 times. If you can answer that, congratulations, you are now CEO material. Finally. Okay, so this is the operating system. Again, with decades of experience with different niche in the service industry, from cleaning, construction, roofing, swimming pool, pest, locksmith, garage, landscaping. Did I mention landscaping? Appliance repair. They all have common denominator. From acquiring customers, existing new leads, acquire information, site plan, set estimate, create job order, new schedule, reschedule, dispatch, in progress, job complete, phase project. If it's phase project, it all goes back again to create job order, to create another schedule, and an invoice, collect, pay, progress billing. Guess what? This progress billing, once you get paid, it all goes again to create job, Of course, if it's just a one-time off, one-time job, appliance repair and all that, here, you can just follow this trail. And I will discuss this one by one. What could be your missing points, things that we could probably apply in your company, things that you may have not yet applied, things that you know, may not know, or still don't know that we could apply, and who knows, that could work. Or it may not work, or let's see. So if you're looking for, you know what, I call this a master class. I don't call this a master class. This is my first episode, so this is just me talking shit of my experiences in running different niche. So I hope it can help you out, guys. But yeah, I'm not gonna be teaching how to be CEO, to be the best entrepreneur, to be Tony Robbins, this is all you do in business. This is just me sharing operational stuff with how I help different customers before. And just starting out this YouTube channel. Hopefully it works and can help out a lot of people. So let's start with old customer, new customer. Okay, let's start with this one right over here. Hold on. So let's start from the beginning. New customer, existing customer. What are those? Self-explanatory. It's like a dumbass, stupid question, but let's just go over with it. Just for the sake of other audience that probably needs more clarification. All right, so bear with me. Old customer, new customer. New, obviously, these are your new contact, new caller, a guy who went to your website, a guy from Facebook, or just some random guy again who needs your service. Or some dude who Google you in your service area, in your zip code. You're probably famous. Old customer. So again, ex-wife, your current property manager, your old high school buddy, Kevin. Let's name him Kevin for now. Who always asks for a discount. You know this guy, right? Or that creepy dude in your CRM has been staying there for like 5 years. Was always late in payments, but they pay. And then a fifth one, Karen, your transgender neighborhood. I don't know why my editor did put this. Your transgender neighborhood who hates everyone, but loves you. His name was Kevin. I didn't know that was my high school buddy, but you get the idea, right? Okay, so let's move on. New leads. First thing that comes to your mind when you say new leads, these are like, oh, new customer. It can be, but it has a wider, different definition when you go over with much details on. New lead can be a new work request. Again, this could be your new contact, new caller, or from your website, from Facebook, random guy who just needs your service, some dude who Google your service, all fresh, brand new, virgin. Good. That can also be a new lead. Or it can be a new lead, new work request, interchangeably. Some customer or some property manager, they send it out through Appfolio. They call it job requests or work requests. Either way, it's the same. Tomato, this doesn't matter. But, I'm sorry. Yeah, property managers can probably send this out via email. I need this, I need that. They may not have that proper form. We'll go over with that later on in some other videos. So property manager can send this out via email through a separate software like Appfolio, Door Loop, Buildium, Turbo Tenant, Invitation Home. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this one, Invitation Home. Home 360. Some client asking for, the last one is probably just some client already in your CRM that's just asking for a new service. So these are like new work requests, but this can be a new lead. It was a new job, new tenant of that old property manager came in. It's a new lead, new customer, new job order number. So yeah, there you go. It's a new lead. All right. Self-explanatory. Okay. Moving on. Next one is acquire information. We're going to go deeper in here. Okay. Acquire information. First thing that comes to your mind. Dude, we're not like the CIA thing that we're going to be acquiring information. What are the things that you should be asking from the customer? and who is the candidate that you will be asking to. Because if you're just asking a wrong guy, then you're not going to get paid. Okay, well, I'll start with that. When you acquire information, you train your VA. If you don't have a VA, we're going to provide you one, or just email me in the description below. Or if you have a VA, we're going to train you on how to acquire all of this, depending on your niche. So main contact, that should be your decision maker. That should be the one who pays. That's the guy that with the Benjamin, property name, service address, billing address, accounts payable contact. Very, very important. Some company, they have like a mother company or a parent company, and they have like a bunch of property managers. And the property managers are not the one that pays you. It's actually the mother company. And inside that mother company, there's accounts payable department. And guess what? It gets even more complicated. Some other mother company are not even the ones who's going to be paying you. They have another third party, a grandmother, whatever, company with accounts payable and a different financing company that pays you. So yeah, get that lady out there, that accounts payable contact. All right, next one is primary phone, mobile phone, office number, extension. Very important. Job type, job priority. Job type is like, is it like an install? Is it a repair? Is it a recall? Is it a warranty issue? Priority, is it a carrying kind of priority? Customer yelling kind of priority? High, medium, not so priority? Yeah. Purchase order number, work request reference number. Oh, you can see this in Appfolio. It's very important when you collect payments, you give that in reference to. I'm sure you know some of this, but for those who doesn't, it's very important. We're going to go over with this in the next section. Photo, video requests, if applicable. There's a blinking error message in your microwave, and the customer says, oh, it's just blinking, it's not working. Not working what? Like, define not working. You take a photo, it takes a photo, and since the error message just keeps blinking, he could not capture it. And she's 98 years old. You know what? Have her send video, so you could capture that error message. It happens. Membership, warranty status. If it's, look, I'll make a short one of this. We're gonna go over with this more. So GE, customer calls us, hey, I got this refrigerator, I need you to fix. It's not working. Boom. Technician went there, fix it. Boom. We collect the payment. The customer says, I'm not going to pay this. It's under warranty. I'm like, holy shit. Who pays for it? The customer said, call GE. Call GE. GE, can you like, dude, we fixed this refrigerator. One of your customer who bought it 3 days ago. Customer said, and GE said, oh, we didn't know. They didn't call us. So who's who? You lost. Things like that. Reverse engineer it. It should be GE calling you like, hey, hi, I'm GE. We saw that you are the sexiest appliance repair in your zip code. Could you fix this refrigerator from this customer on this address, please? Sure. GE, let me get your name, accounts payable contact, blah, 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 blah. Get me a customer. I'll find a schedule. Don't commit yet. Let me see if I can do it. Send your guy, fix it, then collect from GE. That's it. Do it that way. It should be that way, only that way. So you can get paid. Because I'm talking about GE because this is the specific example that we've had with GE before. It was like, and it took us like 2 months before they can pay us. Like, holy shit, man. Dude, I know they pay. I know they can pay. They're a huge company, but that's a problem. Since they're huge, so many approval, you got to wait for another payment cycle before you, being the bottom feeder on their food chain, will get paid. So shit happens. Anyway, if you can bear with that, go with it. Next one is access issue. Simple things, gate code, laundry code, pets, tenants, landlord, HOA, I mean, sure, simple things, right? But if you miss the laundry room code, or the gate code, your technician is already there. Guess what? You're gonna go back again. And that, my friend, is a fuel cost. That's operational expenses. You're paying your technician already per hour, depending on your technician. But again, still, that's fuel cost. One way or another, unless he's using Tesla, but still, that's waste of time. Permit or approval. Does it need county permits? Does it need to call 811 before digging? I don't know. Who gets approval first? We'll go over with the NTE and some other SLA approval later on. Last one is source of lead. Where does it come from? Is it from Facebook, from Google, from your YouTube? If you're paying one marketing agency, you should know where the source of lead. Because if you're paying your marketing agency for like $1,000, $2,000 every month, they're not making a result based on a promise of SEO bullshit, and you not knowing where the source of lead is, then come to us. We're gonna help you out with that. Real shit. No SEO Hakuna Matata bullshit. Okay, we'll go over with the inspection. Inspection, one of my favorite. You know how a job goes sideways before the crew even unload the truck? The customer says, man, it should be simple. And your guy gets there and finds out that simple job, guess what? No access, no parking, no shut-off, no measurement, no permit review. There are 5 flights of stairs, 5 Doberman, 2 Rottweiler, and a mystery leak that's apparently been there for since World War II and somehow became an emergency 5 minutes ago. Shit happens. I'm just making this up. But yeah, get the idea, right? So that's just the effect. But what was the cost? Sorry, that was the cost. What would be the effect? The effect would be your estimate. You're going to mess up your estimate really, really bad. This is where estimate blows up, and it's going to be like a domino reaction. Your schedule slips, your customer gets weird, your margin disappears, and everybody is shocked. I'm not shocked. I've seen this a lot. If your site inspection is garbage, everything's garbage. Again, it depends on your niche. Some of your niche doesn't really need site inspection. I get that. Appliance repair or swimming pool, but some other niche, right? They need that. Construction. Okay, so in this section, I'm going to show you one universal site inspection or site plan SOP, standardized across every trade, like again, plumbing, HVAC, electrical, construction, roofing, landscaping, pool, cleaning, pest control, appliance repair, all of it. Appliance repair may need site inspection. If I had this one client in California, he's so specific in just handling big jobs for all laundromat. That's it. That's all he does. Of course, you got to do site inspection first. Somebody calls him, hey, make me a laundromat. I got 100 dryers, Speed Queen commercial, 80 pounds. I got 100 of them and another 100 washer. Of course, you got to do inspection first. So yeah, that's where inspection comes in. Listen, guys, most bad estimates are not math problem. They come from site inspection problem. True. If your site inspection was good, detailed, period to period, and or your technician knew what to do, your estimate could be beautiful, could be perfect. Okay, so we've gone over with new customer, new leads, we'll go with the site plan. Okay, so here's the site plan. Here's the cost and effect. Cost, get access, crew requirement, measurement, hidden damage, permit risk, parts lead time, weather exposure. What happens I mean, what will happen? What will be the after effect if this is the cause? Guess what? Technician shows up underprepared because there's no parts. Parts didn't arrive yet. Or your CSR didn't tell them that the parts may be arriving the next 2 days. 2, the office starts playing detective after estimates already went out. Oh, we already sent out the estimate. Oh shoot, it requires a drum. Oh shoot, it requires, I gotta change the panel. It hasn't arrived yet. Holy shit, I've already sent out the estimate. And then 3rd one, customer hears one price, then another price. Oh man, if I'm a customer, this will piss me off. I mean, are you guys playing around? Like, the job needs a return trip. You know what that means, my friend? Fuel costs. Parts are back ordered. Of course, wrong parts, because wrong serial number, wrong part number. Permit review was missed. Shit. No shit. Somebody says, well, we assume we didn't need permit. Ta-da. You fucked up. Bad inspection is not a field problem. It's a system failure. Again, process, people, tools, enforcement. The after effect is numbers, right? So, again, bad inspection is not a field problem. It's a system failure. You don't have a system. Even from the beginning of your inspection, you don't have the system what to do during inspection. What do you expect? The estimate is just the after effect, another schedule, and then everything like, chain reaction. If your estimator forgets measurement, that's process. If your technician sends 6 photos and a photo of his new tattoo in his ass, that's people. If your CRM doesn't force required fields, that's tools. Maybe you have a cranky CRM. And if nobody kicks that estimate back for missing info, that's enforcement. Or just no one follow-ups on it. Just have a lazy crew or a lazy VA. That's why I don't want a different inspection habits depending on who showed up. You just need to have like one universal SOP. If you don't have one, we're going to make you one. Email me in the description below. Let me know your niche and all that. We're going to create one standard, one rule that we can follow. Boring rules that will make you millions. Next one is still under site inspection. But we're going to be discussing first thing that you will build or you will set up before you even inspect. Here's what I learned from one of my mentors. He said that build the visit before the visit. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't make sense. Build the visit before the visit. It took me like a while to understand. I understand the sentence, the English behind it, but I just don't understand the principle. Maybe not yet fully. Build the visit before the visit sounds like bullshit. Bear with me. So the office should own the pre-visit prep or preparation. It usually starts with your customer service representative or your dispatcher or your VA, whoever is pretending to be, all 3 before they take coffee. So before anyone rolls out, this should be in your CRM under new lead or site inspection schedule or whichever, depending on what CRM you have. We've discussed this earlier, but we're going to go a little bit deeper on this in a different, spectrum. Okay, so customer name, phone, email, service address, billing, check. Residential or commercial? You may have a different price for residential. I don't know. Or a different price for commercial. I don't know. Up to you. But if you could, dichotomously separate that. Okay? So and how to treat them separately, because commercial may have a parent company. Residential could just be a one-time off carrying customer. 3rd, decision maker and approval contact. Who will decide? Don't let the tenant just call you, a tenant of that 300 units apartment, call you, fix their microwave, and then not pay you, and then you lurking and stalking the property manager doesn't even know what the issue was. So decision maker and approval contact. Exact complaint or request scope. What is the complaint? What is this all about? Self-explanatory. Access note, gate code, lockbox, spread, parking, building hour, roof, attic, crawl space here. See this part here? I forgot this earlier. Building hours. Some can only operate until 3 or 2. Maybe because there are other constructions that might get affected. I don't know. Or they're probably waiting for the plumbing to finish by 2 and you got to be there by 2:30 or else shit happens. Things like that, right? Or if you don't finish it, electrician comes in and you're not yet done with your installation, whatever. So yeah. Roof, attic, crawl space. Don't send a big guy, 7-foot guy in a 6-inch crawl access. Ask. What's the height of the... I'm saying this because we did this. We've done this before. It's like a 1 foot, not 6 inches. I was just exaggerating. It was a 1 foot crawl space, 12 inches, maybe 12, 13. And we sent out one of our big guy. It was a mess. Anyway, so existing photos or videos. Okay. Basic, right? Yeah, I don't have to explain. Prior job history, warranty, service agreement. Your CRM must have this because if you could not locate its prior job history, probably 5 of your technicians already went there and still it couldn't make it. It could fix it. The panel is not working, or your swimming pool still mess up, or you've already done or put chlorine in it. So, you gotta have prior job history. Some CRM does this. Mostly, actually. I mean, some CRM for the swimming pool could done this. I forgot this one software. Shit, man. Any plans to report violations or insurance claim info. Very important. Do you have insurance? You should have one. Let me know if you don't. I'm not an insurance guy. I just know someone who knows someone. We all have that. Whether power, water, gas, or equipment can be shut down. Is there any issue with that? If it doesn't, then it's okay. But if there is, you should consider that. There could be, water interruption. That area where you will be operating, so, you could be in the outskirt. You were hired by a prepper guy who want to build a bunker 50 miles away from the city. You got no power, no water access, no whatever. So what do you have and what do you need? You could charge them up for that. Triple it, whatever. No, don't triple. Calculate properly. Okay, second. On-site, start with a customer walkthrough. Very, very important. Ask the customer, what's wrong? When it started? What's been tried? What outcome they actually want? Because, sometimes the real job is not about the visible defect. Real job is the customer's goal. What do they want? I don't care if they want their driveway to be color pink with a Barbie sign on it. That's what they want. Find a bitumen or a pink cement or a pink latex cement. That's what a customer wants. Who gives a shit? As long as they pay. Again, what's wrong? Has this happened before? Has anyone else touched it? What problem are you trying to solve? Do you have a budget range for or deadline? Are you trying to repair it or patch it or replace it or just stop the bleeding today? Plumbing niche. I mean, what is it that they want? You gotta fix my shower. My wife is taking a bath and I want it done today. In the next 5 minutes. You're on the other side of the room just holding the pipe because his wife is, having a shower and you just have to fix it and just stop the bleeding for the next 5 minutes. Dude, you gotta charge her for like 1,000. I don't know. Just saying. It hasn't happened yet, but we'll see. So third one, safety and access scan first. Basic. Sounds basic, but let me explain that in a bit. So these are like slip and trip hazard, electrical exposure, water intrusion, roof or elevation risk, crawl space or confined access, chemical exposure, heat and weather exposure, weak surfaces, need for lift, harness, second person, traffic control or spotter, carry path from truck to work area. How far? Things like where can we park our mixer? Simple things. But if you forget this could mess up some of your schedules and your estimates and your cash flow. And the next thing you know, you start complaining and whining after the customer signed. And one of your guys says, man, this is way bigger than we thought. Yeah. Good luck on that. Okay. Well, let's go with the fourth one. Fourth, diagnose root cause, then measure things that move price. Very, very clear. Do not quote the symptom, quote the cause. If drywall is wet, why the fuck is it wet? If the condenser keeps freezing, why is it freezing? If the outlet keeps tripping, what load or wiring condition does it cause? Is it 220 from a 110? If the deck is lifting, is it settlement, moisture, bad prep, root intrusion, drainage, or just movement from somewhere else? There could be a tectonic plate in your neighborhood. For all we know, I don't know. So, you know what? Engineers, I always hear this from contractors. I have this Russian engineer 3 months ago. Great guy. You measure twice, you cut once. I'm like, okay. Old habit. But he's like really, really good at what he's doing. 57 years old, 57, 6 years old. You measure twice, you cut once. Man, miss that guy. Okay, well, let's move on. So, measure everything that changes labor or materials. Like what? Dimension, quantities, heights. These are like basics, dumbass stuff. But we forget this sometimes. So make sure you have this on your notes, you have this in your CRM, or your VA has this that could remind your inspector or your technician. Dimension, quantities, height, distances, fixture counts, unit, linear feet, square feet, basic stuff we forget. Access width, carry distance, stairs, elevator, floor level, disposal volume. I'm like, oh my God, you are right. You are right. Again, do not quote the system, quote the causes. Oh, here. Field notes must show immediate issue, probable root cause, extent of damage, what can't be confirmed without opening, demo, or testing. Are you cleaning a drainage or a septic tank? Cannot confirm how many shitload of poop without opening it. Why did I give that example? What assumptions are being made because access is limited? Could be there's an anaconda inside the crawl space, and customers asking you, customer's going to pay you $5,000 if you could just measure the anaconda. Yeah, happens, right? Okay, let's move on with the fifth one. I believe this is the last one. Fifth one, flag cost drivers before the estimate is fucking built. Read that again. Flag cost drivers before the estimate is built. What are those? If you have a technician who's been working with you for like 10 years and is just whining and bitching and just not, I mean, he's good. He's loyal. He's been there for 10 years. But sometimes it's just bitching around and just not enforcing things and not following you anymore. You gotta enforce something, or put a system in your CRM that they cannot move to the next step unless they could finish this or done this. Like simple things. Permit review inspection form should force the inspector to answer this. Permit review likely? Yes or no? Utility locate needed? Fucking yes or no? Special equipment needed? Fucking yes or no? Extra labor needed? Maybe. Lead safe concern? Pre-1978. We're going to go over that in a bit. Long lead parts or materials. Weather sensitive scope. Could I explain more? Return trip risk. This will cost you another fuel. Customer selection required. We'll go over that in a bit. Simple things like this, man, this could really damage by the time you're going to be creating your estimate. So, yep. Some documentation standards are just non-negotiable. You got to teach your inspector, or if you could call him inspector, let's just upgrade him, or promote one of your technicians, call him inspector. Train him on how to have the eye of the tiger, or the eye of an inspector. Where to look, how to look, what defect, and things that can cause a tectonic shift. So like, take a picture of the front of the property, wide shot, mid-range, context shot, close-up of defect, measurement of photo, access path, utility or shot of photos if relevant, model, serial number photos if relevant, existing damage around the area, anything likely to cause change order later, landscaping, roofing, construction. This would apply. You don't take a front property photo if you're just doing appliance repair. That's creepy. Don't do that. Customer will be like, why the fuck are you taking photo in front of my house? You're just here to fix the microwave. It's because it's in my CRM. It's in my list. I cannot move if I don't take. Dude, fix your CRM. Why did I give that example? Software will not fix lazy inspection habits. A messy company with a new app is still a messy company. Now it's just monthly. Like I said, if you're in an appliance repair, you don't take photo of the whole house just because you're fixing a microwave. That's just stupid. Lazy inspection habit. It's not software. It's just a messy system in your company, and now you're paying more expensive software. So, let's move on here. Permit, before I forget, by the way. So, permit on permit review, because this is one of the cost driver before you can create estimate. Permit requirements are local, and the authority having jurisdiction, building official or local code official, is the one that interprets what's required for that scope. ICC material make that point directly, and code official handle permit processing and inspection at the local level. Blah, blah, blah. A lot of stuff. So, if the estimate, okay, here, let me simplify this for you. If the estimate that goes out to your customer and it requires permit, or you're not sure if it requires permit, or maybe not yet, put a space, a separate line item, blank, separate line item in that estimate that says permit review required, if applicable. Okay? Trust me, this will save you a lot of money and get you out of trouble. Permit review required, open and close parenthesis, if applicable. Because by the time you go there and the permit requires it, it was there, but I just didn't put it yet. But I sent out the estimate as promised today, because I promised you within 24 to 48 hours. I just didn't know. This will save your ass a bit. But yeah, you get the idea, right? Because not putting that, by the time you sent out the estimate, your guy went there, start cleaning up or start doing the job, and your local inspector comes in yelling on the customer, and your customer is a mafia, but the other guy says no permit. Why are you asking me for permit? Why are you digging my business? Dude, you don't want to get into that fight. Inspection doesn't just collect information, it protects your margin. So yeah. Simple estimate, you could send it within 24 to 48 hours. And then if they're like mid-level job, you could send it like 48 to 72 hours. And if it's like complex bid scope job, send it out 72 hours, 3 to 5 days. Depends on how tight the bidding is, who's your competitor, how big. there can be a lot of things. There can be a lot of moving parts when it comes to construction, but we're going to go over with that more. We're going to be discussing here to end the site inspection. I'm going to be discussing a bit of software in here before we go over the inspection on repair versus replacement, labor, weather, and payment discipline. Okay, so we'll go over with, this is not yet, and this is my first episode. This is not yet a paid or sponsor, a paid. These guys didn't pay me yet. Maybe they will someday. But if they like my reviews. So Quote IQ, really great. Contractor Plus, Go High Level, Service Fusion, Service Titan, Jobber. These are a lot of software, but so far, based on my experience and things that I've seen with other companies, these three are like the best. So for like, let me go over with it a bit. Quote IQ, if you just want something like fast estimate, great visual pipeline, and great follow-up speed, and easy for customer to just access the estimate. I guess some have. Fast follow-up, and it's already built in within the CRM, and it can send like good, better, best estimate. So yeah, this one's good. Contractor Plus, also great, really awesome. I've had great experience with this in some other companies. If you want your estimating schedule or CRM and invoicing just connected in just one workflow, yeah, this one's great. I feel like Contractor Plus is like, I don't know, it's like a big sister of Service Fusion, but better. Same color, same everything. I don't know. Just the system, the platform itself looks inside. It's just, if you see it, you'll know it. If you've been with Service Fusion and you're gonna go Contractor Plus, you know what I'm saying. And then yeah, their own site, like they have like AI estimate thing. You know, when you have AI nowadays, sounds sexy. You'll sound smarter. If you have AI, just mention AI. My landscaping company, you know what? Change it. My AI landscaping company. Now you sound sexy, even though there's no AI. Yeah, one more thing. They have smart scheduling and estimate to invoice flow, and yeah, they could also like. It's easy for you to change orders, even if the estimate's already sent. So yeah, they're good with that. And if you're like heavy operation kind of company and you wanted like a fewer handoff, this one's good. Contractor Plus. Go High Level, of course, industry gold standard. Unless you have a VA who's really, really good at it. If you don't have, let me know. We're gonna find you one. This is like really great for automation stuff. Heavier automation for nerds. It can capture way better. It has a system that could capture better leads, forms, and you know, less missed call, solid calendar, SMS, email, pipeline management, a lot of stuff with Go High Level. Could connect this to your website and everything. Workflow and pipeline tracking and automation and nerd stuff, Go High Level. If you don't know this, and if you've heard of this and you want to go with this, we're going to get you a VA that could probably help you out with that. Next one, inspection on repair versus replacement, labor, weather, and payment discipline. When are we going to know if it's replacement or still it could do it on repair? Replacement if equipment or material is near end of life. Second, failure are repeating. Third, parts are obsolete or slow. You may have a dinosaur washer dryer from 1978. Please, just advise the customer to replace it, because the drum, the panel, the shock absorber may have been Jurassic period, and it's so hard to call Alliance parts or to look for parts with Reliable or Marcone. Fourth, repair cost is too close to replacement costs. So be expedient, be honest with the customer. Give them the option. Like, if we're still going to repair this 5 times, this will be the cost. And if we're going to replace it, and guess what? There is a discount from R&B distributor right now. If R&B is within your state, call R&B. Great people. You can ask for a discount. Safety or code issues remain after repair. Hidden damage is likely wider than visible damage. Downtime cost is high. They could be operating a laundromat, or they could be operating a business, but having one machine not working could damage them more. Their business is in downtime, so give them that option. You could use that as a leverage to raise price reasonably, logically, and be honest with the customer. Okay, so if repair is clearly reasonable, quote repair, common sense, right? If the job is borderline, quote repair and replacement. What's that? If you can still repair your marriage, repair it. If not, replace. Please don't send this video to your wife, but you get the idea, right? Okay, give the customer a decision, not a mystery. Same thing with labor. We're gonna go over with that next. Labor. If it's just a microwave, send 1 guy. Don't send 5 guys. If it's like heavy, long, and it requires stairs, and it requires awkward handling, or just probably need extra setup or spotter, or there may be some ladder work in your roofing business, or other protection needed, or probably just one of your technician has a new boyfriend and would want to impress. Yeah, sure. And when do you know if you need 3 or more or 5? Well, if it's like major material handling, it requires like demolition, roofing logistics, shutdown windows, or compressed schedule pressure, you would know, right? If it requires the job to like meet a certain point, like I gotta finish this within 3 days, but I need 5 guys, then do it. You know your business. You know your operational expense. If you could finish it within this day, within this date, and there's no delay, then you can get paid with this. You can proceed with phase 2 and you get paid again. So balance it. I guess that's the key word here. All right, next one is weather. Weather, I know you're thinking, this is not just for roofers or landscaping, okay? Anything that deals with outdoor or access sensitive or excavation related, it could be a landscaping niche, or cure time sensitive, all right? You send out a mixer, you only have 3-4 hours before the cement gets hard. Or if it's like heat exposed, companies who are like in Georgia or in Florida or in those hot areas, some of your chemical, your epoxy might dry out, and you need a couple guys to finish. So yeah, manage this part here. And for that reason, you're paying your tax, utilize it. Go to Google National Weather Service on NWS, in case you didn't know, in case you live in a cave. Get 24 hours forecast, or at least 72 hour forecast. Forecast, not prediction. This will not give you a direct, exact prediction of what's going to happen in your weather. If you have like a bigger job, at least get next week outlook for like bigger outdoor jobs. You may need like 7 to 10 days to finish a long driveway of a customer who wanted it color pink. So be it. But yeah, I mean, you know your space. This is like self-explanatory. Next one is payment discipline. Okay. These are things that would really reflect on your estimate. This is like the part where you know if the owner is like really has the discipline when it comes to like payment system, you could train your VA on this. Email me on the description below. Start asking or put this in your CRM. What's included? What's excluded? Very important. Access assumption, hidden condition language, permit status, lead time, deposit terms. Can I proceed with this phase 2, phase 3 without finishing the phase 1? I don't know. That depends on you. Depends on how charitable you are. Progress billing if needed. Change order trigger, right? What would trigger a change order depending on your NTE, not to exceed? If your property manager only give you like $500 limit, just stick with that. And if it requires more to change parts because the drum is like 400, 500 and it requires another panel, it requires shock absorber, just do your little math. Because if you don't get this right, this can like really hurt your cash flow. So, yeah, 3 things to avoid. I've seen this 1,000 times from a lot of like operators. They quote the symptom, not the cause. You see, that causes a lot of callback and change order and angry customer and rework, and that's fuel costs right over there. So, what are we going to do with that? Well, document the probable root cause. Note what are the unknowns and just state what requires opening or testing. We've discussed this earlier, right? Train your inspector to have an eye of what will probably happen next so they can like quote the right way or, do the inspection the right way so they can quote the right way. 2, letting inspectors send unstructured notes and random photos. Again, it all falls to that same principle, right? Okay. Let me just go over with a couple things. If you don't do this right, this will like create a lot of office confusion. Your VA is like what in Philippines? She's not there looking at the site. What does she know about the site if there's any leak or something? So the job of your inspector should really be precise, exact, and readable and understandable to your virtual assistant so they could understand and execute accordingly to avoid office confusion. Slow estimate, missed cost drivers, and worst part, weak documentation in case the customer pushes back. So yeah. 3rd, letting the field guess permit labor and lead time. I couldn't agree more because if you don't fix this part here, this could blow up your schedule. You could set up an underpriced job, probably compliance risk, and those classic sentences that every owner hates. Oh, we didn't know. You should know. I mean, ignorance is not an excuse. You're not in the business of not knowing your business. You are in business that should know your business. If that makes sense. You got to verify it. Because if not, then everything will reflect on your estimate. Wrong estimate, guess what? You could get customer pushback. Worst part, you will lose the customer. Went to your other guy. So, yep. Let's go over with the estimate. Setting estimate. When you promise a customer, you say like, I'm going to set it within 24 hours. Dude, set it within 24 hours. Don't go over 3 days. Go silent and just nothing. And by the time you send a customer, you're going to be like, this nice dude who's stalking a girl. That's not business. Okay? Fast is fast. Like, you have to move fast. When you promise 24 hours, you're going to be sending that estimate within 24 hours. Send it before 24 hours, right? Before 5 p.m. Do that. If you cannot, then just advise your customer, I cannot send this. I'm waiting for some permit, or I'm just waiting for the distributor to send me the updated list. So that, at least update that. Fast is fine, but blind is not. Because if your estimate is sloppy, your inspection were probably sloppy. And if your schedule keeps blowing up, your inspections were probably sloppy. And if your change order keeps turning into arguments, man, your inspections are definitely sloppy. It's just, you're just not running or operating it properly. You know, good enough should not be just, okay, yeah, that's just good enough. You're not in the business of good enough. You should be in a business of like good profit. Okay? In an honest way. Not the customer just wanted something fast. Sure. Okay, so let's move on. Every estimate need a consistent structure. 2 words, guys. Consistent structure. If you are not consistent with your estimate, you just keep making things up. Like every time there's a new thing, a new job, you kind of like always create a new template. Like it's always like a brand new thing for you, and it's not gonna work. Your team's gonna scramble. Okay, so you should have like a template of scope of work, NTE, not to exceed. Check your service level agreement, SLA, with your property manager. What's included, what's excluded. Third, full specifications and breakdown of products and services. What is the product? What is the installation price? Warranty. And if it requires payment system, I'm talking about washers and dryers. So give an estimate of how much the washer, quantity, the installation, the warranty, and the delivery cost. And if it requires a shine pay or pay range, if it requires ESD card, requires payment option, requires payment kiosk, put that all specifications and breakdown of every product and services, because that should be it. Okay. Price, tax, yeah. Set price time limit. Example, good only for 14 days. We're gonna go over that more in a bit. And I'm gonna teach you a couple of strategies on how you could do that psychologically. Good, better, best, when appropriate. Inspection, building permit, local permit, if applicable. Okay? Couldn't explain more. It's just self-explanatory. Warranty, recall, replacement, approval method, automated follow-up. Most CRM right now, I'm not sure if you're still living in the rock, but most CRM right now, when an estimate is sent to the customer and customer approves it, it will automatically reflect on your app, on your CRM, and it'll automatically be created as job order, but not yet scheduled. So you got to find a schedule. Okay. And then, so yeah, here, automatically change to job order when approved. So yeah. Here's a secret strategy. This is the one I'm talking about. It's a secret strategy in creating estimate. Not so secret anymore. Little disclaimer, don't tell your wife. I call this psychological game of 3. I'm not sure if I'm the one who called this, but I'm sure, bear with me. I'm sure you've heard of this, but you may have just not applied it yet. Okay, here's the theory behind it. People will always choose the middle. First and third estimate were never your intent. It's just anchoring price perspective. Second estimate is your target. This right over here, this beautiful lady right over here in the middle is your main target. Talk to the friends first. You know, anchor your stuff, your thing with this two, but this is your main target. Let's go over that specifically. What's the theory behind it? So first estimate, what you're going to do, you're going to find the most expensive product, offer all bells and whistles. Timeline, set it up at 40 days or else the price will get even more expensive, right? It could be a machine from Germany, you know, Guten Tag, whatever. Second estimate, find premium but affordable product. Keyword, find premium but affordable product. You offer a la carte service. Timeline, 7 days or else their price will get even more expensive. Squeeze them a little bit on this, right? And then, so you set low margin on product, but increase the labor cost to install and deliver. Hey, I could do this in 7 days. I could install this within the next 2 hours, but you know, this is my fucking price. Okay, third estimate, but please be standard and be honest with this one. Okay, third estimate. Find the cheapest low quality product from Shenzhen, China, and then set up a very long delivery timeline with no ETA from Neverland. And it's so hard to install because the user manual is Chinese. And you gotta find the parts. And it has a fucking bad warranty, the worst in the world. And the timeline is 30 days, or else the price will get even more expensive. And it's in Chinese. Which one do you think the customer would choose if you're gonna send this? Okay, you're like good, better, best. Customer would choose the second estimate because one, you could offer a la carte service. They could probably remove some things, and you're just offering it like, you know, in a structured way. You can get charged with this. You know, for roofing, you could just charge with this. And if you want a special gutter in your roof made of carbon fiber material, you know, if you want titanium, and if you want fiberglass, if you want just PVC pipe, put it in a la carte. Is there like carbon fiber? Who would want to install a titanium gutter in their roof? I don't know. Find premium but affordable product and then just set it up 10 to 7 days. Dude, if you don't approve it in 7 days, if you don't make your down payment in 7 days, the price can go up. I already gave you the best, better, and best. Good, better, and best. Like, this is like 40 days. Sure. This is like 30 days. This is 7 days. But you got to approve it within that 7 days, or else the price can change. Right? This is like the hottest product, right? It's just hot cake. And if you don't, I'm busy. I can be busy next week, and I don't have time for you. Of course, you have time, right? You just don't be a dick. At least set that entrepreneurial tone of decisiveness. All right, set low margin of product, dude. There's no way the customer will not choose this, right? That's what my buddy said, Mike. Second wife is always the best. That's my fishing buddy, Mike. Yeah, so there you go. This is a disclaimer. Don't tell your wife. It's always the second girlfriend is the best, right? Or the second wife, or the second company will pay you better, or, you know, whatever. I hope it applies in your life, but if it doesn't, just forget about it. Okay, let's move on to job order. Okay, this is the crucial part. Creating job order. Some of the stuff here we'll just have to go over with more on what to do when creating job order. Okay, hold on. All right. Okay. This is what I'm saying earlier. Creating parent account with billing to send invoice. In creating job order, your CRM must have this. If it doesn't have, force it to have this. Okay? Train your VA. If you cannot, email me in the description below. We're going to train your VA. Your CRM must be able to acquire this completely, specifically. Parent account with billing address to send invoice. Like I said earlier, just to recap. Property manager calls you to fix one thing, but they're not, well, they're the decision maker, but they're not the ones paying you. It's their parent company. And guess what? This gets even more complicated. The parent company is not the one paying you. It's another financing company on top of the parent company, because there's a grandmother company out there, a private equity. Who will pay you? If they see you as a bottom feeder, you know, the last part of their food chain, set out a net 30 at least and get paid. At least set up your service contract or maintenance contract, depending on what niche you are or how big your operation is. But yeah, point is, know who is the parent account, get the proper billing, where to send the invoice. You could be sending it in the property manager, and he or she, them, we, is not the one paying you. Sub account could be different property manager, same parent. So one property manager is handling this zip code, another property manager handling this zip code. this property manager is out. Guess what? This is like a plan B property manager, but always sub account is this. You don't want to get things mixed up in case you collect payment. Have them sign an portfolio just to be sure, and and document everything. Property name, property name and apartment name, unit number, which tenant, which unit number, which apartment name, which they could have 1,000 property and not knowing what property. I've been there at 1602, whatever. Yeah, which one? Right? Which apartment name, which unit? Fourth, guys, you just have to be very specific with this, right? It's not just knowing, it's good enough. Yeah, I know where that is. I've been there 1,000 times. Yeah, I know where that is. Yeah, but your new VA don't know where that is. So be specific. Get information that you can acquire that if ever one of your VA moves out or leaves your company, it's easy to transfer same information. It's not just, I know where that is. Yeah, I've been there. Only one technician knows about it. The next guy doesn't know where that is. Don't know where to issue the access code. So this goes as well with the service address, access issue, gate code, pets. Do they have like a Rottweiler, or was it just a Chihuahua that became a Rottweiler? A tenant, landlord, HOA, primary phone, mobile office. Some property managers like having this pre-Madonna Kardashian bitch character. Don't call me on my mobile phone before 3 p.m. Sure. Just call my office. I got my secretary. So call the office, and if it doesn't answer, call a mobile phone. But ma'am, when can I call your mobile phone? Call me after 8. 8 p.m., 8 a.m. Be specific. Office number, department extension. Okay, next one. Purchase order number, work request number, source of lead. Like I said earlier, it doesn't come from like Appfolio or Buildum or Home 360. There could be a lot of different software. If it just goes to your email directly, at least let them send or have a reference. Not sending you an email like, oh boy, my microwave is not working. Okay. How can we reference this by the time I will collect payment? Can I just put in a check, microwave not working, March 21, when you had a problem with your husband? No. Put a purchase order number so we could reference it. Okay, next one. Full job description. Guys, train your VA to have or to learn your industry from in and out, north, east, west, south, like full job description. What product are you selling? Like if you're in a landscaping business, like when you're selling ginger, have them, if possible, have them know what's the scientific name of ginger, Zingiber officinale Roscoe, whatever, that's the scientific name of ginger. That's the only thing I know. Okay, well, what fertilizer do I need? Like nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, 30, 30, 30, like NPK, basic stuff. But these are like things that like general knowledge to be able to create a full job description if shit happens on your business. You get my idea, right? Right? Teach them how to run a business with a CEO information, not CEO mentality, but CEO information level that they know your business in and out. From there, if they know your business from in and out, every chemical, every pesticide, let's not go over the scientific name. But you get the idea. They will know how to work with creating estimates. It'll be easier for them to understand creating estimates. How many, in a swimming pool, how many chlorine tabs do I need to put in a 10,000 liter pool? If it's G2C, what am I going to do without it? Where can I put a conditioner? Where there could be a lot of stuff. If I have a salt generator, what should I do? So if it's install, repair, replace, point is for your employee, creating the admin job for a full job description, teach them the ins and outs of your business so they can learn this, and things will be easier. They will know how to check a make, model, and serial number. If it's SW and NY2, oh, it's Speed Queen. If it's MG, blah, 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 it's Maytag, right? So things like that. When to see the serial number, how to see the warranty, the year, it's there. Like, they should know that. Basic stuff, but they should know. Machine type, if it requires permit on that state. Teach them a little bit of law in a little bit of stuff in your county permit. Okay, they don't have to be a lawyer, but at least teach them a little bit of basic law. Job type, priority, assigned tech skill, assigned zoning. Sorry, I've been talking for like an hour, 30 minutes. Okay, so where was I? Job type, priority, assigned tech skills, assigned zoning. Guys, what job type is this? Like, is this an install? Is it like just a delivery? Or is it a repair? Or is it what? Is it high priority? Karen level priority? Redneck kind of priority? Or, just Bob kind of, I can do it next week priority. And then assign tech skill. You don't assign someone, why did I change that? Hold on. Sorry. Okay. Should have not pressed that. It's good. I'm not an AI explaining this, so I make mistakes. Okay. Where was I? Job type, priority, assign tech skill. Guys, you don't send someone with a low skill or not specific skill to a specific kind of job. Use the right tool, use the right guy to fix that kind of problem, okay? If it's a senior, junior, or just someone fresh, just have them deliver things first, just to learn the ropes. If it's already like senior kind of level skill, okay, great. Have them do the repair, or do the installation, right? Experience, tenure, right kind of skill. Also, with a contingency, zoning. So you don't send your guy, I'm going to go over with this later on in more of this. You don't send a guy from north going to south just because he knows microwave. Find the right schedule. Just be reasonable in sending the right skill at the right zone, and not sending them 5 p.m. Friday, passing through a metropolis, which can cause traffic. I mean, be reasonable. Be expedient, right? Right skill at the right zone, at the right priority, at the right job type. You could balance this. Train your VA to do this. Don't expect them to be expert for like the first 3 months. They don't know your technician yet. They don't know the landscape, the traffic. But teach them this. Man, this part right over here. This part right over here. This can save you a lot of money, a lot of callback, a lot of angry Karen customer. This right over here. Just by knowing which priority, which technician skill, right? As soon as you hire VA, first training, part of the training is knowing who are the technicians. This is where I see a lot of owners miss this part. They assign, they hire VA, teach them the SOP, blah, 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 put them on the phone, boom. But they don't know who the technicians is. And the technicians will be going, hey, what's up? My name is Cesar, and I do this, and that. Give them skills. Give them like a short resume of this technician is from north. He handles this. This is the kind of skill. This technician is from the east. With a skill of this, you can work on this. You can create a perfect routing system with this one, just by knowing their skills and knowing which zone they can handle. This will save you a lot of fuel, trust me. So we're gonna go over more of this one. Next is request for initial photo and video. Also, before and after photo. Very, very important. Swimming pool companies, you know this, right? Customers complaining, oh, it's still green, it's still cloudy. Yeah, it's been like a week. Ma'am, your daughter had a party. 20 of their friends use SPF 15 sunblock lotion that made the pool cloudy. And you're in Georgia and it's sunny, whatever. Okay, well, next one, cost diagnosis, material used to replace, recommendation. Ooh, yeah, as I was explaining earlier, find the cost, diagnose it, what materials or parts do you replace, and if you can recommend, if it's a repair, still a repair or replacement. Again, be honest with this, guys, because, you know, your reputation will make you more money in the future. If you're not making much money right now because you're too honest, it's okay. But trust me, your reputation will build you and will give you a lot more customer. Tell them if it's just really for replacement, or if you can still stretch it out. It's not yet within the borderline, right? If you can still repair it. Okay, so yeah, and diagnose it with pure honesty. Nothing can beat you with that. Okay, next one is labor notes, resolution notes, completion notes. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so yep. Initial labor fee, sorry, where was I? Labor notes, resolution notes, completion notes. Guys, some technicians are like, they say, you can't teach new tricks to old dogs. Sure, but train them to provide completion note. Don't be an ass. Like, you don't just, after your job is done, you just put your completion note, done. Like, it's a complete sentence. Dude, what is your completion note? I did this, I did that, I checked this, I diagnosed this. This is the make and serial number. I fixed this, I tested it twice. Done. Job complete. Simple as that. It'll take you like 2 minutes. Probably not. 30 seconds maybe. But, you know, some of your technicians are just lazy. They're not dumb. They're not stupid. They're actually really smart. They're just lazy, or they just forget, and I understand. Hands are dirty, fixing stuff, went on fast on the next job, and they got to catch up the traffic, and they forgot to make notes. Dude, while driving, have them call the office. Have them call the office. Hey, Maria, you're the new CSR, right? Listen, I'm driving right now. I forgot to make a note for this job on this address. Can you type it for me, please? Okay, so here's what I did. This one, I did this, I did that. This is the make and model number, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to send it to you right now while I'm driving, blah, 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 blah. I cannot text, but here's my completion note, and yeah, it's done, and customer sign it, and all good. Bam. Simple as that. Right? Or, you know, if you can't do that, if you can't reach Maria because Maria is in the other phone, send a voice message. It's as simple as that. But please, put a complete, solid, concrete completion notes, because this is the part that will get you out of trouble, and the difference between not getting paid and getting paid. Completion note, right? We don't want to end up customer saying, or your property manager saying, oh, your guy didn't arrive yesterday. Your guy didn't finish it up. It was machine number 14. But your guy fixed the machine number 7. Clearly, the machine number 14 has an out of order sign, which the tenant put after 11 p.m. So yeah, initial labor fee, trip fee. Hold on 1 second. Power's out. Give me 1 second. There you go. Okay. So, initial labor fee, trip fee, reschedule, cancellation fee. I understand the fuel cost is high right now because of war, but initially, if you can charge your labor fee, depending on your state, depending on your county. If you can charge like 165 to 175 or even $200 labor fee, right? Don't charge because per hour. Charge because you can fix a solution. You can fix a problem. You can provide a solution to that problem, right? Even if you can do it in 5 minutes, charge them 175 at least. Trust me, you will thank me on this later on. Okay? I'm going to give you a script. Email me in the description below on how to charge your customer for labor fee or diagnostic fee. Dude, there's no free lunch. You're sending your guy, you're paying them per hour to go there for nothing. You're not in a charity, institution. You're running a business. So trip fee, at least $90. Create a zone, right? For anything like within, like, depending on your state, it could be in Nebraska. So that depends on your state, right? 50 miles, for example. 50 miles, I'm going to charge $90. Anything 100 miles radius, probably, 180. Anything within 500 miles, I'll charge 300. I'm making this up, right? But usually we charge like 250. Okay, we call it like easy 250, meaning like 165 and 90. Okay? 165 or 95. 160, sorry, I kind of lost you there. 165 usually is the labor. That's California. But I know it's kind of expensive for some. But trust me, charge them. Let them know how much is your labor. Don't be so cheap. Okay? And don't be so expensive. But, it's good between cheap and expensive. It's good to be expensive. So they know you're a pro. Also, charge reschedule and cancellation fee. If they don't show up, charge them this. Put that on your SLA. Put that on your scope of work. Because, dude, I'm already sending 5 guys there and you're not there and you have to reschedule it. It could be building your septic tank. You can't cancel it. It's also part fault on your end because you didn't follow up 3 days before, 2 days before, a day before. And customer was in vacation. Last one. Customer pre-work signature and after-work signature. Okay. Please have your customer sign pre-work. Okay? Meaning, before the job even starts, have them sign. When the job is done, have them sign. Okay. Question. What about those property manager who is in the headquarter office and they're not really on site? Okay. They usually have on-site manager and off-site manager. Off-site are manager, people in that building but living somewhere else. On-site, manager on-site living on that building. Or if no, get a new point of contact. Who will be the one who's going to open the gate? All right? The moment your technician buzzes in, who's going to be there to assist or at least do the pre-work signature. At least someone would know your guy's been there. We don't want to end up fighting with an invoice later on. Oh, your guy didn't arrive last 2 weeks ago and, same thing happens and my machine's still not working. This will just get messy. So be strict on this. Trust me, things will be easy when collecting invoice. You're not being a hard ass. You're not being a pain in the ass, but you're just being straight with your business. Okay? Because the moment you could implement this right SOP in payment discipline, property manager will respect you. And if they respect you, they will pay you promptly. You'll know that properly. If they don't pay you promptly, they don't respect you. Okay? It's just a guy, dude. Come on, man. It's just a bottom feeder. It's just, we can just pay him next couple months or probably 3 months or probably never. Yeah, you're that dude. So, set up a parameter. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Just be kind. Just don't be too nice. That's two different things. All right. So a little bit of story in here. So we had this HVAC customer we couldn't name for security reason. It says like, no cool. Old homeowner, medical comfort urgency. He needed that. And the call came late Friday afternoon. He has a 3-ton residential system, Train XR14. If you're an HVAC, you should be familiar with this. Really old, elderly homeowner. Nobody tagged it as medical comfort urgency. This one. Nobody asked if the condenser fan was running. Nobody asked if the breaker had tripped. And nobody requested a photo of the equipment label, and nobody called back until Saturday afternoon. That's sad. And you see, that's not a lead problem. That's just your front door problem. We can actually fix this. I could provide you a script on this one, an intake script, which if it's what level of urgency, if it's a missed call, we can create a workflow on this and set up a different workflow, a SOP. You know, simple things like this. It can be just one customer, but trust me, if you compile this in a month, how many calls do you get? This kind of scenario, right? How many calls do you get in a month? In a year? This could save you. This could give you 1,000. This could save you rents, fuel costs, stuff like that. All right. So software that we're going to be using here. Simple things. For your phone system, use Dialpad. We've gone with Nextiva. What else? OpenPhone. They changed their name now. We've also went through with I forgot the name. There's a lot. Ring Central. We've gone through a lot of different software upgrades with different customer, depending on your capacity. But so far, right now, the sexiest is Dialpad. This is not sponsored, not yet. So I'm just saying, maybe they're gonna sponsor me one of the videos. And then, yeah, one thing great about Dialpad is that they have like a live transcription. Some phone has it as well. So don't get me wrong with that. They have automated post-call summary. We could connect this to Slack. If you're using Slack, it can also like summarize the call, you know, with their sexy AI thing. This is good. Also, go high level. We can attach Dialpad as well through some API. Depends. Jobber, also great. Again, not sponsored, but if you're going to sponsor me, I'm going to make you more money. So if you're like a leaner residential service company, you know, and you need one place to quote, schedule, invoice, get paid, and just, you know, let customer request work or approve quotes through like a client hub. Yeah, this is great for like simpler jobs, simpler operations. If you have like 5-10 people, this is great. Okay, so yeah, let's move on with the next one. Scheduling. Let's move on with the scheduling, right? Go. Scheduling. The messy part of scheduling. Guys, you got to learn how to train your VA, how to schedule mapping, right? Because mapping is really important when it comes to scheduling. Not knowing where north, east, west, south. Like, you know, I have this VA who memorized California, who memorized New York. When is the best time to cross the bridge and not to cross the bridge? When is the best time to do this, to do that? You know, they're just so good. Where's the best parking lot? And, you know, stuff like that. Right? Like as if they've been there, as if they've lived their life in that city. Surprisingly, they have not. They just know. Maybe because of experience as well. Okay, so scheduling, this part right over here. We're almost done with our operating system, right? So from new customer, existing customer, new lead, work request, acquire information, site, plan, estimate, create job order, new schedule, reschedule, dispatch. Now we're heading to 70%. See, this is quite long because like every single detail, we're going to be discussing it. New schedule, reschedule, dispatch. You're familiar with this guy? Technicians and his VA. Sure, they look okay. No payment gateway, missing intake, no face release, assign wrong technician skill, no readiness check, no labor rules, no helper trigger, no zoning. They're just running everything through vibes. That's just not running a business. They look organized. They feel organized. Everybody stares at them like they're holy scripture, like underneath, like, holy shit, man. Man, these guys are legit. Nope. They're not. I'm going to give you a real scheduling, dispatch, and progress billing operating system that you could like actually run with or without you. You know, like you could automate that. This is not theory, CEO, guru stuff, all right? Just operational stuff. Not consultant PowerPoint nonsense. I'm talking about something that's, you know, at work. If you're like HVAC, plumbing, electrical, like pool, pest control, construction, it's the same movie, just different uniform. Okay, so let's be honest here. Have you ever like, you know, look at your schedule and thought like, yeah, this is absolutely not happening the way we book it, you know? But why did I start sounding like Russian? I had this one Russian customer before, really great guy. So yeah, here's the truth, guys. Scheduling usually is not a calendar problem. Scheduling is a profit control system. And most of that goes into your admin office. Your technician is just relying on, you know, whatever pops out in their app as soon as they wake up. But it's your technician, it's your VA. At the back end, setting up the schedule, they're the ones in front, they're the ones, you know, with the customer. When can they have it? When can they have this prioritized? So yeah, if you don't have this right, you could lose like drive time, labor efficiency, first visit completion, invoice speed, cash flow, crew morale, customer trust, very important. Review score, project momentum, and you probably lose your own sanity. You know, if you have like 10 customers complaining because you pissed them off, gets ugly fast. When you have a Karen customer, weak intake creates a bad work order. True, 100%. A bad work order creates a bad dispatch. 100%. A bad dispatch creates a late arrival. Domino reaction. Late arrival creates a pissed off customer. And a pissed off customer delays approval. Here we go. Delayed approval slows invoicing. Slow invoicing slows cash. And now, the same company that says, man, we're slammed, is somehow also broke. Because of weak intake, everything is a domino reaction, my friend. See what I'm saying? You don't see this immediately. That's the sad part right over there. You don't see it right away. You'll see it later on. It's just like the after effect of shitty things that you do, right? Like, you know, a plumbing company books a simple leak that turns out to be a shut-off valve failure behind a pack of vanity, no access, no parking. Worst part, tenant is not home and no card on file, and it's so hard to collect. Wonderful. I'm talking about credit card, no card on file. Please collect credit cards, put them on file. I'm gonna teach you some script on how to collect credit cards. Another one, HVAC. schedule, no cool call your level 2 technician. He said he was open, he's free, and the issue turns out to be like a simple communications problem. Could be the panel or the board just failed, or it could be the condenser fan motor, and the customer is just asking whether the repair is covered under the 10-year warranty part, which they never registered. Fantastic. Another one. Pool route company promises a green to clean. You're familiar with this, G2C. Like it's a one-step problem. Like, oh, I'm gonna put a G2C. $325. It'll solve everything forever. Nope, it won't. It's a multi-visit recovery, workflow. I'm sure swimming pool company knows this. Electrical service company. You get a call that's related to like a panel, electrical panel, shitty stuff, basic stuff, but there were no photos, no load notes, no permit conversation, no clue whether the customer wants diagnosis, replacement, or a massage therapy. Just go, oh, some of the outlet in my building is not working. Okay, yeah, sure. Let me go ahead and check the electrical panel. And then what? Nothing. So, bad intake. Don't blame your VA, don't blame your virtual assistant just because she's working there for like a month already. Maybe she just wasn't trained. Maybe it's your fault. You didn't train them well enough with right information, with more information. I mean, I get that, right? But, don't act like everyone else and saying like, oh, this batch is hard, scheduling is hard. No, bad inputs are hard. Weak rules are hard. No ownership is hard. Okay? Let me just say that one more time. When your schedule is weak, your field team starts making office decisions in their driveway. Trust me. And your office would start making field decisions as well from a rolling chair. That's how dumb stuff happens most of the time. And the real operational risk too. Permits, licenses, inspection requirements vary by trade, location, and depending on which city and county. So if you're like scheduling work without knowing whether a job needs permit, licensed labor, is your labor's license? If not, well, you know what to do. Or inspection coordinations, right? You don't want to gamble the delays, rework, and compliance problem that might sue you someday. So no, that's not just dispatch. It's margin protection. It's safety. It's collection. It's bad customer experience. It's whether your company feels like a business or a group chat with truck. So bad inputs are hard. Weak rules are hard. Yeah, sure. Try not having a customer. Try not having a business. That's hard. So operators mindset shift. Few things. You gotta stop asking who's open. Real question is, what work is truly ready? What work is truly ready, profitable, collectible, and that would best match to each technician or each crew, which zone? That's the game. You know this. You know what I'm talking about, right? Not like you tag in your CRM, oh, not open, or not ready, or not busy, or right fit, or that's not how you put it. Just use Google Excel sheet if you don't tag this properly. There's an old management line. What gets measured gets managed. If you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. So most companies don't manage dispatch, they react to dispatch. They babysit it. They apologize around it. They throw people at it like a duct tape on a radiator. That's not dispatch. You don't react on dispatch, They're being reactive instead of being proactive. You don't need a prettier board or scheduler board. You just need simple rules, basically. Simple SOP on scheduling. We're going to train your VA. Write on the comment below and email me. So being an operator for a decade, this is the part where you could like just develop your mind shift. Have a simple things. I'm sure you know this, but you just need like to refresh your workflow, like intake, classification, zoning, skill matching, labor planning, time windows, payment rules, phase release, documentation, daily closeout. Dude, these are like basic. These are like really, really simple stuff. You don't close out jobs, you cannot invoice it, you cannot collect it, it'll affect your cash flow. So these are like the simplest, I call it real stupid simple in a positive way, in a simple stupid way. But these are like basic stuff. Because if this is weak, you're great dispatcher, you're a great employee, your employee of the month is the ugliest. It still look bad if they cannot handle this. They can be employee of the month, but if they miss this, they're not employee of the month anymore. So I know those are kind of strong, but you just have to deal with it. Your average dispatcher can become a dangerous in a good way. It'll hit your business. So, yep, the goal is not to find some magical unicorn dispatcher who can read minds. We're not aiming to that. Or if you have a VA who memorized California and can predict traffic, and can handle angry customer, or decode half-written work order from your technician, interpret your technician's job completion note, don't expect them to cave paintings and somehow keep your billing current. Get someone trainable who understands US stuff, who understands, at least have a experience in the service industry, at least that's more easily trainable. If you don't have that kind of VA, email me below. I could probably recommend something. So yeah, that perfect person doesn't exist. What exists is your operating system. It all falls back to your operating system. So yeah, that's what I'm giving you. Okay, so let's move on to system workflow for this episode. Every episode, we're gonna structure it with the system workflow, so it's easier to just manage it, even if I'm talking a lot of stuff. So just bear with me. Okay, so still part of scheduling, reschedule, dispatch, and phase schedule, but this is the system workflow. Okay, so here's the first rule. Step one, baby. Intake gate. No clean intake, no fucking clean schedule. Simple as that. That's just step one. Every job gets bucketed before scheduling. What are those? Simple things. Emergency, same day revenue, scheduled service, maintenance or recurring, estimate, install or project, callback, recall, parts hold, weather hold, awaiting approval, customer unavailable, progress billing pace, billing hold, material hold, inspection hold. Oh my God. Now you're like, holy shit, there's a lot of things that I haven't done yet in my business. Yeah. There are a lot of things yet that we haven't applied. Dude, your competitor may be applying this. Probably they're just way more structured. They're not big. They're not rich. They're not smarter than you. They are just structured. They're just better and consistent. They have a template. They have a system. They have an operating system. Here you are, 20 trucks, 20 technicians, 5 virtual assistants, but you have a messy operating system. You're bitten with a mom and pop, father and son competitor with just one VA, but they're structured, they're better, they are aligned with proper corporate system, then well, here we are. Okay, so if everything in your board just says scheduled, your board is lying to you. Trust me. If your CRM shows you like the first thing in the morning, you wake up, have coffee, and you see your CRM, your God admin CRM at the back end, you as the owner, and you see like, oh my God, or everything's scheduled, you got to double check. Your board could be lying to you. Check the map. It could be like north, south, west, east, like, it could be messy. So double check. Yeah, I want intake to collect this really boring stuff. Almost everyone skips and then regrets, like, oh shit, we haven't done this, or I didn't know we need this. Dude, you need this. Trust me. I've been repeating this like 3-4 times already in this episode 1, but I'm going to go over with it because we're going to go more specifics and deeper as we move along. So yeah, full address, site contact, alternative number, gate code, pets, parking, decision maker. We've gone over with that. Equipment type, model, serial number if possible, photos or videos, urgency, warranty status, indoor or outdoor, roof, attic, crawl space, basement, helper needed, card on file, really important, deposit requirement, ACH, check, whatever, purchase order if commercial, whether it's this is service, estimate, install, callback, or face work, or project manager work. You have to understand the vast effect if you don't acquire all this simple stuff. Move on with the next step 2, still under system workflow of scheduling. Okay guys, step 2, we're gonna build 3 lanes in here. Okay, really important in here. Why? Let me explain. Okay, lane 1, we set up service board. This is your reactive board. Let me go over with it in a bit. Lane 2, project board. This is active. Lane 3, phased release board. Lane 1. So your service board, this is your reactive board. This is your service call, diagnostic, maintenance, or route work, callback, same day job, emergency work. Basic stuff. Simple baby job. Right over here. This is like reactive. You just have to react on it right away. Emergency work, bam, react on it. Same day job, react on it. Route work, maintenance, just react on it. Lane 1, categorize them. Lane 1, that's it. Lane 2, project board. This is your active, okay? This is like your install, your replacement, or your larger repair, your multi-day work, dedicated crews, those jobs that really requires dedicated technicians, or bigger labor blocks. You know this stuff right over here. Then here comes lane 3, your phased release board. You don't mix up lane 3 and lane 1. That's 2 different worlds. This is Earth, this is Mars, this is Mercury. It's like 2 different planets. Again, depending on how big your operation is, how big your crew is. But yeah, put this on lane 3. What are lane 3? Phased release board. This is like your progress billing work, mainly construction, landscaping, depending how big. Milestone billing job, or any job waiting on like payment, material arrival, inspection, approval, prior phase completion. You cannot proceed with phase 2 or phase 3. Phase 1 isn't done yet. So yeah. Well, these are like, simple things. But trust me, it'll become expensive if you don't do this shit properly. Okay? And, these are questions that you're going to ask, like big questions. Lane 3, before I forget. Big questions. Is phase 1 complete? If not, don't proceed to phase 2. Is phase 1 paid? Don't proceed to phase 2. Has quality control been done? If not, don't proceed. This will affect your payment later on. Was the invoice sent? Was it paid or at least approved under terms? 30 days, net 30, net 40. Are materials ready? Don't proceed. Don't send your guys if materials are not ready yet. Is the site ready? Are permits or inspections cleared? Does the next phase need a different crew? Your first batch of crew just probably be, setting up the foundation. Your second crew needs steelwork, framework. Your crew number 3, your group crew number 3 for roofing, or they could be multi-skilled, whatever. But this could affect you eventually. So, and the CRM, force your CRM to have this kind of status. Not ready or ready to scheduled, meaning it's already set up, past tense. In progress, complete, quality control complete, invoice sent, payment pending, paid, or blocked. Things like this, you just have to learn it, acquire it, absorb it, apply it. Here, service work is clear, calendar driven. Progress billing work is release driven. Okay? Let me repeat that. So lane 1, lane 2, these are like service work. Calendar driven. You get paid. Bam, done. One job, bam, done. You're like an assassin right over here. Right? You can be reactive and you can be inactive. But progress billing is release driven. Again, depending also on your scope of work, depending on your payment terms to the customer, right? So yeah, let's go over that. Old systems, bad habits. It's not bad habit, it's just old system. Your crew goes anyway, regardless of it burns a day. Look, guys, as an owner, let's put it this way. Some of your crew member, some of your technician, don't give a shit. The only thing they give a shit is they get paid on that day. If you assign them, schedule them, even if there's no permit, even if the material's not yet ready, the crew goes anyway. And that burns money. That burns a day. And later on, your office chases money later to do payroll. And you as the owner, you'll get stomach ulcer for some reason. Crew can, be redirected if you wanted to. You just have to know their skills, when to properly schedule them. Because if you cannot, then you're just doing charity construction. Change your construction business. Put it Bob Charity Construction Company. How about that? Step 3. Let's move on with step 3. Pre-plan a week before today. This is where we're going to be discussing capacity, zone, skills, helper rules. Zone by territory first, not by empty slot. Nope. Just because it's empty, your guy from north, they're going to assign him to south. It'll cost you time, traffic, fuel. It'll not work. I mean, it'll work, but it'll just burn you more money. Simple strategy. You don't see this as live or not minute by minute, but, also remove that mentality of just, we'll see what happens, we'll figure it out. We'll see what happens. Yeah. When payroll comes, you don't talk to your accountant saying, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when you cannot pay. So, yeah. All right. Little strategy here. When you pre-plan a week before today, you lock 30 to 50% of jobs for next week. What are those? You lock 30 to 50%, or at least be conservative, depending on the number of your crew, depending on how big your operations is. You can lock 60 to 80% of the job 3 days before. Okay? Don't quote me on that. Again, let's go over with the conservative. Be conservative, as always. And then leave 20% flex a day before, just in case. Just in case. It'll give you more flex, if you do like weather sensitive work or long drive or those Monday and Friday high callback volume. So this will help you out with this one. Every tech, assign them with primary zone, secondary zone, overflow zone. Know them. Some of them may have two separate apartment, one wife here in the north, another wife on the south. When will they go home on north? When will they go home on south? Or what day? So yeah, set up a zone for them. That should work. Good target. 70% primary, 20% adjacent, 10% overflow. I think this is safe, especially for construction. Like this is like really, 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 really safe. Again, depending on the density, schedule, season. If you're in a swimming pool business, when it's summer season, you are like season sensitive niche, go with it. Dispatch by availability, zone, skill, certification or license. Some, again, in the swimming pool, right? Some may need, I forgot the certification. Oh shit, comment below. That pool operator certification, some need that. Truck, stock, don't send a crew with no chlorine or no chemicals in it, or no, I'm putting up swimming pool. I recently just have this swimming pool client. And then helper needed, if so, complexity, revenue opportunity, safety risk. Know this part right over here. Skill matrix. Let me just explain this stuff here. So level 1, set them up. Level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. What are those? Level 1, these are like your loser guys. Your helper, the apprentice. That's turtle, wasabi, and brownie. And then level 2, these are like your routine service technician. Gabriel, LeBron, Ernesto. They're a bit smarter. But they are in that, maintenance, repetitive root work. And then level 3, your diagnostic tech. These are like your nerds, like really smart people. And then level 4, your senior specialists, crank and slim. Unclear problems or, real diagnostic, like really great people to deal with, funny, happy, those technicians, right? Take care of them. Sometimes this helper and apprentice, don't get me wrong, these are like come and go people. They can just come in and a week after you're gone. Level 2, I'm talking reality. You can get mad at me, but I'm talking about reality in here. So, because we've experienced this. Level 2, they kind of stay, but depending on the training, depending on availability. But mostly level 3 people are the ones that really stay. So yeah. Level 4 as well, senior specialists. But these are the kind of people after 5 years are going to leave your company and set up their own because they're so good already. Right? They've already learned your trade. And level 5, these are your lead installer, project lead. Right? Couldn't find a better name. He, she, them, we. At least all pronouns are present. So there you go. Don't get mad at me. Here's French fries and here's Ramesh. So these are like your safety or code sensitive work or face install work. They're really good at it. They know a little bit of some law in the county. They understand permits. They understand 811. What are the parameters? So yep, all good. Let's move on with the step 4. This is kind of easy, but a bit complicated if you don't know and if you haven't applied. Still under system workflow. Step 4, time windows, payment rules, and live dispatch control. Okay. Well, again, this should be like easy, but again, if it's not being implemented well, this will kind of complicate a lot of things and it'll look like bullshit in your operations if you don't apply it properly. Okay, so first rule under step 4, set standard. Okay, residential service, when you schedule them, give them 2 to 3 hours window time. You don't say like you're gonna be there like 10 a.m. At least give them like, oh sir, we're gonna be there. Train your VA. Sir, we're gonna be there like 10 to 12. Customers are gonna be asking, but I'm not available between 10 to 12. Well, you gotta be available, dude, or we're gonna charge you with a cancellation fee. Well, let's be nice. Just give them right expectation. A day before, 2 days before, they should be available. They can be reasonable. Route work. Is it morning, AM, PM, route window time? Exact time only for first call, commercial shutdown, permit or inspection coordinate. Guys, don't be late when your county inspector comes. Be there first. You don't want to create a bad impression, right? So during inspection days, either you're in swimming pool, construction, roofing, whatever that requires more, bigger, heavy, pain in the ass permit, be on time, or at least 30 minutes before. Install starts, VIP scheduling, recovery calls. So yeah, you could set up this exact time. If you have a customer that has a private jet, set them up a VIP scheduling that's going to pay you like $2,000 per hour just to clean their pool because they have a party coming in. Okay. And yeah, this one, no show and no access process. So you got to have a workflow on this. When tech arrive, call and text customer, wait to 10-15 minutes. You got to be strict with this because this is how business runs, just in case you didn't know. And then second contact attempt, office attempt contact, document notes, tag the job if it's no show or no access. And what? You process cancellation fee according to the written policy, right? No show, cancellation fee. Get their cards on file. You're not being a pain in the ass. You're not a dick. But dude, if they don't show up, charge them, right? Honestly, let me clear that out. Okay. Well, must note, arrival photo, if appropriate, for swimming pool and cleaning, especially cleaning. Take picture first. This is how dirty your place is, and then take picture after. Okay, so things that you've worked, note it down. Parts and cleaning materials are used. Model and serial number when relevant. Customer approval. Before and after photos when relevant. It is relevant. Tech notes in plain English. No garbage stuff. No scientific name. Unresolved issues. Things that have to go back. Things that have got to clean. Recommendation for the next step. If it's a repair, replacement, or it requires muriatic acid. Job summary before closeout. Really important. Guys, I know this sounds simple, but sometimes simple is no longer simple because we just don't do it. Well, do it. If you can't do it, train someone to do it. Buy your time. Please, if there's one specific rule that I could recommend really, really fucking hard in this episode 1, require your new customers require them to have a credit card. Simple as that. Because trust me, this will save you a lot of things. Get a credit card on file. Verified payment method. Like, sure, ACH, great. Check, sure, great. COD, some, I don't know. But this will save you a lot of things, especially with new customers, after hour calls, long drive job, rural job. You're traveling 3-4 hours and customer is not there. Fucking amazing. Diagnostic, tenant occupied sites, vacant properties, hard access calls, customers with no show history, progress billing, pays, required deposit release. Get their fucking credit card. But be responsible when getting credit card. Be honest what you're charging, because that will also get you in trouble. How to say to the customer? Well, it's actually really simple. I know there will be like pushbacks with property managers who've been with you for like a couple of years. Why are you getting my credit card right now? Customer, sir, we need a credit card for this new job. And your property manager's been there for you like 2 years. Yeah, we've been with you guys for like 2 years. You never asked for credit card. We usually send check. And we're like net 30, net 60. God damn. So what's the script? Here's a new script. Sir, ma'am, he, them, he, she, them, we have a new CRM upgrade. Listen to this. We have a new CRM upgrade, and our CRM will not let me push on the next button to create the schedule without credit card information. Simple, right? Well, it sounds simple. You can come up with a better script than this, but this script always works for us. Sir, ma'am, we just recently, say it in a nice way, in a very corporate way. Ma'am, we just recently updated our CRM, and my CRM won't allow me to proceed with scheduling, and we value you as our priority customer. This will not let me create job order unless there's a credit card on file. Don't worry, we're not going to charge you on your credit card within our agreed net 30 agreement. Okay? But if you don't pay, the system will charge your credit card automatically. Boom. It's a nice way of setting the right expectation. Your credit card will be charged if you don't send us a check within 30 days. Simple as that. A hostage situation in a positive way. Look, property managers are great people, kind people, but sometimes they forget because they're human beings, and they get delayed and they get lazy sometimes, and they don't pay. 60 days, 90 days. But dude, you have payroll. You gotta pay your VA. You gotta pay your technicians. You gotta pay your crew. And they don't fucking pay. So yeah, get their credit card on file. Simple as that. It's just a way of protecting your business as well. They're in business. Guess what? You're also in business. You're not the nice guy always giving them, 60 days, 90 days, 6 months. Dude, get the fucking payment because you got payroll to pay. I'm not being an ass. I'm just being a businessman. Honest businessman. Strict businessman. So they will learn and respect you. All right, let's move on. Now it becomes a shady, motivational, I don't want to be a Robert Kiyosaki guy here. Okay. Step 5, progress billing. Release labor only when cash and readiness say go. Let me repeat it back. Step 5, progress billing. Release labor only when cash and readiness say go. Don't send your guy, don't send Ernesto, don't send Caesar or Jose when phase 1 hasn't been paid yet. Right? Don't send him to phase 2. Okay, so a couple things. These are really simple stuff. Policy A, strict cash gate. No phase 2 until phase 1 is paid. Like I said, no phase 3 until phase 2 is paid. Simple. Even a kid can understand this. Throw out the garbage. You can go with your PlayStation. You can watch TV. This is good for small residential operators, cash sensitive companies, jobs where getting burned once really hurts. Policy B. Set this up. Again, guys, depending on how big your operation, your niche, this may apply, this may not apply. So yeah, don't kill me on this. Policy B. Controlled credit gate. Continue if invoice is within terms. Stop if accounts receivable exceeds threshold. Project manager or owner approval is required. Good for commercial accounts, trusted GCS, and contract work. If they say 30 days what? Do you even have any contract with, or a maintenance contract with your property managers? Or, if you don't, please send a new contract. We have a new law firm right now, and, they want to make everything, appropriate and secured to protect the customer and us. So here's a new contract. Here's a new service level agreement. If you don't have one, let me know. I'm going to shoot you a template for that, because guys, trust me, this will protect you. It's good that you have a property manager that became your buddy for the past 5 years and who pays you, but kind of delays sometimes, but set up a new terms, set up a template. And if you give them accounts receivable threshold, like only for up to 10,000. After 10,000, you don't do work for them anymore. The system stops. Okay, policy C, hybrid. This can be strict and a little bit of term-based. Okay, but it can be hybrid. All right, good for residential and commercial. Could be your ex-wife. You can be a little strict and you can have a term base, 30 days, whatever. Break every job into phases. Phase name, guys, basic. Phase name, scope, crew type, estimate labor hour, estimate duration, materials needed, billing milestone, release trigger, next dependency. For example, phase 1, like demo, prep. Phase 2, install, rough in. Phase 3, startup, finish, punch. I know you've done this. If not, do this. Like, I can create you an SOP for this one, for progress billing. That will make your construction, roofing, if you're like in landscaping, organized, structured, accordingly, systematic. Because at the end of the day, if you don't get paid, you're done. I've seen this in TikTok and another, on Facebook. Contractors doing the driveway and customers a bitch, not paying. I'm like, dude, that should not happen, man. Not under my watch. Okay, so do not hard book future phases too early. Hard schedule when payment, materials, crew, and release are clear. Bam. Okay, we're gonna schedule it Tuesday, 8 a.m. because customer already paid. Materials are ready, crew are ready, and yeah, we're just waiting for the ACH to clear. Boom. Second, tentative hold when likely, but not ready. Do not be an ass. There's a way of saying it in a nice way. Hey, you don't use the word tentative. Hey, customers calling? Why are you still not proceeding with phase 3? I already sent you the payment last week. You don't say the word, because it's still tentative in our CRM. Nope. Just say, sure, we are just waiting for the right weather, right schedule, right crew, and things like that. There's a way of saying it by not using the word tentative. With some customers, when you say the word tentative, you sound like you're not sure that they're being prioritized. And they're expecting to be prioritized because they already sent the check. Third, block when money, materials, inspection, scope, or site readiness are not there. You block it first. When money's not there, don't schedule Jose, Ricardo, and Ernesto when money's not there. When materials are not there. When there wasn't even an inspection, if phase 1 and phase 2 is already done. You're going to be wasting a lot of money. Do not promise hard dates for block phase. You're like, I'm just going to read this. Do not promise hard dates for block phase. That is how owners like you teaching customers to, lose trust on you. Don't do that. Let's move on. Couldn't find more explanation on this. My editor is just really good at making a lot of stories about this. So, yep, we got this customer. Let's just call him JE for now. This is an HVAC replacement with one of our customer back then. Of course, this is a made up just to create more story behind it. So that's HVAC replacement with permit. There you go. There's a permit there. And city inspector. There's a city inspector. Crane coordination and 2-stage billing structure for amounting like 14,600 right over here. The equipment was delayed. Customer wanted the next date locked because the husband says he's only available Thursday. Well, that's cute. You see, we're not scheduling based on your husband is off on Thursday. We'll schedule it when equipment is ready, when it's confirmed, when the permit is ready, when the crew that are assigned is ready. They may be assigned a different job. Things like that. Because if we don't have all those elements, do not schedule it just because the husband right over here is saying he's only available Thursday because, it's the only time he's off with his private jet, RA02795. I don't know whose jet is that. Okay, well, mistakes to avoid on this one. Like, these are like really simple, guys, to just... Most of these are like self-explanatory, common sense But again, take this more like a recap, more like a review, a refresher that we should be doing the right thing to operate our business properly. So mistakes to avoid in scheduling. Mistake 1, scheduling everything from one board. Remember that lane 1, lane 2, lane 3? There's a reason for that. Because you don't put everything in one board. The phase scheduled and your active and reactive, you cannot mix that up. So it can cost you a lot of things. So what it costs? Service revenue gets choked. Projects eat field capacity. Callbacks get buried. Billing gates get ignored. Can be a lot of things depending on your niche. But yeah. So what we're going to do, run service, project, and phase release as separate lanes with clear ownership. So if you have a VA, you could run this lane 1, another VA for lane 2, another VA for lane 3. If they're in construction, at least, hire someone with a construction background, at least a little bit. Mistake 2, dispatching by availability only. No, do not. Because what it costs, you're going to be assigning wrong tech with wrong skill in a wrong job. And if it doesn't work, you get customer complaint and recall, rework. You're going to go over again. You're going to, guess what? You're going to be spending fuel. And fuel, my friend, during this Iran-America war is not cheap. Low first visit completion, longer drive time, more callback, tech frustration. So yeah, it all falls in one basket right over here. What to do instead? Dispatch by zone, skill, crew needed, and readiness first. Availability is part of the decision, not the whole decision. Okay? It can be part of. Sure, he's available. But as a technician, have you done this? Are you, can you do this part? Can you do this? Can you help? Don't just send him to war, expect him to be SEAL Team 6 to extract Bin Laden. Mistake number 3, moving phases without payments or readiness clearance. What it can cause: bloated WIP, slow collections. That's work in progress, guys. WIP. So, slow collections, labor wasted on block work, owner-funded construction with zero romance and all the risk. You get the idea, right? If you're moving to phase 2, phase 3, without payment yet from phase 1, dude, man, you're like funding phase 2, phase 3. Sorry, you're like funding, depending on your terms, unless you're being financed by a bank. Have them pay phase by phase. At the end of the day, you have operational expenses. You have payroll. Understand that. Regardless of how big you are or how small you are, create a system, a payment discipline on this. So what to do? Set phase release check, tie labor movement to payment, approval, materials, and site readiness. Always, never, if then. Okay, let's go with always first. Always build tomorrow today. Sounds poetic, but yeah. Always build tomorrow today. It can be tomorrow, the next day, next week. But yeah, you get the idea, right? Just sounds poetic. Sounds sexy. Always classify work before it hits the board. Is it lane 1, lane 2, lane 3? What skill level? Who's the technicians that we could put here? The loser ones, the smart ones, or the he, them, she, we, whatever. Third, always invoice completed work fast. Always invoice. If it's done, invoice it right away. Don't wait. Invoice it right away. Trust me, you need the cash right away. And if they don't pay, charge the card on file. Never promise exact times all day long. Oh, we're going to be there between 8 to 5. Dude, that's like 8 to 5. That's like fucking 9 hours. Or at least call a customer, Is someone there between 8 to 5? Yeah, my son is there. He's living on site, so no problem. You can be there. See? You can resolve it. Never send a helper required job solo. Yeah, do not send a helper required. Look, if the job is just a microwave, trust me, it doesn't need a helper. Okay. 3, never schedule the next phase just because a crew is free. Just because a crew is free, just because Ernesto has a new boyfriend called Caesar and he's free, and they needed the job to pay rent on the next phase. No, never. Okay? That's not how business works. Okay, next one. If then. If the job is not fully classified, then it does not get scheduled. It's not classified, do not schedule it. Structure it. Categorize it. Set up different level of priority. So yeah, classify properly. Second, if the prior phase is not financially cleared or contractually approved, then the next phase stays block. Block. Block, 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 block. You're not being an ass. It's business. It's in your service contract agreement. It should be very clear. Customers are aware. Both of you are aware. No phase 2 if phase 1 is not paid. No phase 3 if phase 2 is not paid. It's as simple as that. Okay? 3, if weather, access, materials, or permit condition change, then the board change before the customer finds out the hard way. Look, NWS is there for a reason. You're paying your tax, so NWS work. Check weather, 72 hours, 24 hours before, everything. You know, you don't call a customer on that day, sir, it's raining, we couldn't go there because my technician has a DNA of gremlins where if he gets wet, he reproduce like a hermaphrodite. No, you don't. Your technician is not a gremlin and he doesn't reproduce when he gets wet. Check the weather 72 hours before, because, and you can tell the customer, sir, there's a possibility of weather. There's a possibility of rain on Wednesday. Today is Monday. There's a possibility of bad typhoon or whatever. And we might not be able to go there. It's going to be 50-50. Guess what? Customer can be reasonable. Like, oh, sure, no problem. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm just talking about safety, sir. And we're going to be fixing your roof. And, you know, snow is not yet clear. And we got to clear this first. Look, if you can just explain it properly and be reasonable with the customer, trust me, customers can also be reasonable. If not, okay, there's a part in the contract, call it force majeure. Read that. In every contract, there should be force majeure. If not, let me know. I'm going to send you a template with the contracts. Force majeure says, there's a part there, not completely. Any act of God, riot, or anything that's beyond your control, right? Weather, end of the world shit. You know, tectonic plate shifted. Things like that. You get my idea. Then customer cannot blame you. Okay? So yeah, anything act of God. Put that in your service level agreement or in your scope of work. You should be safe. You should be good. If you don't have that, let me know. I'm gonna shoot you a template. Okay, we're gonna move on with the next one. Very important, your virtual assistants. Guys, you can get virtual assistants from different country, from Philippines, Pakistan, or India, or from Ukraine, or from whatever country, right? As long as they're good, they have great experience, they have the skill, they have great character, sure, all good. So yeah. Categorize them, very important. What are the things that they should do daily, weekly, and monthly? These are like their rhythm, their cadence. Because if they don't have this, then they'll just end up making decisions in their own. So create this up. and then set them a hybrid back door in between so they know what to do. Like for this one, let me give you an example. Let's call her Mermaid. She's from Philippines, right? Her name is Mermaid for some reason. She's in the beach. So daily, what she does, she confirms tomorrow's job. She sends reminders, updates card on file, and access notes, and clean up statuses, and chase missing approval, and flag and confirm jobs. Basic stuff. And she is also the hotline when customer calls. She's the main primary, CX primary, or customer primary. She handles the schedule, basic stuff, right? And in the middle, between Happy and Mermaid, weekly, she can also handle audit, those jobs that has no-show tag. She can review zone leakage. You may have assigned technicians in a wrong zone. So yeah. And then review unsent invoices, very important. Review block faces, spot check technicians' notes and photos. So both of them can do this. You know, can do quality control with that. And then moving on with this one. Happy is also doing the, when you zoom out your operations, she does this monthly. So she cleans the pipeline stages, review callback patterns, analytics. She can review the delayed payment accounts, update intake form based on recurring failures. And she also audit templates, automations, and reminder quality. So assume that Happy is like your kind of operation manager, because she's more tenure and she knows the operations better on a bigger perspective. And she does payroll, accounting, and accounts payable and accounts receivable. She does handle the purchase order, ordering parts, your other vendors, and also get payments and payroll. So do that. Yep. And then they can handle things like this, again, depending on the skills and tenuity of your virtual assistants. Level 1, so Mermaid can handle level 1, the helper and apprentice. Mermaid can also handle level 2, routine service tech. Anything like maintenance, repetitive route work, like basic, specific, like 1, 2, 3 level of job, she can handle that. And then level 3, diagnostic tech, both of them can handle it, because you need one tenure VA who understands serial number, make, model, so you need that. Happy can also handle level 4, senior specialist, because she's more tenure. She also handles the lead installer and project leads, because she knows more of the customer already for any escalations, things like that. So yeah, look, it can be many things. You can have 2 or more different VA depending on your niche. But I'm talking just general stuff on how you could handle this with just 2 VA. 2 VA, and you can have like what? 3, 2, 2, so 10. You have 13 people on the field. You can have an operations manager as well. So field manager as well, depending on how big your niche or your operations is. But the thinnest and most conservative system they can work on, this one. I would recommend, I mean, you know, you could get any VA from different country, right? But try to get a VA with, of course, better or good communication skill. Really important when handling escalations with customer complaints and all that. So yeah, regardless of whatever country, Philippines is good. Pakistan is also good. India is also good. So I couldn't recommend more. But if I would categorize them, like Philippines and then India or Pakistan or Ukraine, whichever, depending on your budget, basically. Okay, moving on with the software that is great when it comes to scheduling. I know we kind of get emotional when it comes to software. Because we kind of get attached to it. You've been with your software for like a couple of years already. All your data are there. I get that, but it's easier to just transfer data if you can find a better software. For me, among all the owners that I've worked with, these are like the top 3 that always pops out in the operation. So I know there are a lot of software out there, really great software, but this is just me, okay? Quote IQ, Contractors Plus, Go High Level, really awesome software, very intuitive, drag and drop, real simple. I'm not going to be discussing on how or comparing each one of them. All of them are great, but Go High Level, they're just more generic. It's not just for service industry. Some finance, I've seen other finance company use it as well. Marketing company, mostly. Quote IQ, Contractors Plus, they're just really specific when it comes to service industry. Very intuitive, drag and drop, color-coded, scheduling, great dispatch. Okay, moving on with the in progress, job complete, and phase project. Okay, let's define that first. So that way we know how to departmentalize them. So we've gone through different stages of our operating system. Right now we are here at this stage. Here's one quote that I learned from one of the swimming pool client that I've worked with. He said that chaos with a full calendar is still chaos. True. Most trade businesses do not have a production problem. They have a control problem. Look, we're not teaching you to be a control freak, but you need to know what you need to know inside your production, your team, your man, and the whole system itself. All right, garbage in, garbage out. You just have to. Let me give you an example here. A plain, simple example. A plumbing job turns into you know what? While you're here, why don't you fix my ex-wife's shower as well? While she's taking shower. HVAC install turns into can you also look at the other unit? What I'm saying, you've heard those. Landscaping, it's okay to look at other unit, but if it's not within your schedule, don't, because if you are scheduled 9, 10, 11, 12, you gotta move. And if it's not within your schedule, just not do it. Moving on, landscaping project turns into can we move those 3 shrubs and add a little bit of LED lighting? Sure. As if I'm always carrying lights in my truck. And then this one, swimming pool route stops turn into the water's still cloudy, so I thought that was included. And the appliance repair gets fixed, and nobody documented the model, the part number, or test mode result. And so when it fails again, guess what? Everyone is like, what the fuck just happened? Everyone's surprised. Man. And the sad part, the after effect. What will happen after that? Right? What would happen after this? Because with this one, the technician that you sent will sit idle because the next phase were never actually scheduled. The owner eats change order because nobody got written approval. Office staff chase updates like bounty hunters. Where are you at right now? You're late in your next job. We're still fixing the HVAC of other unit. Damn. And a customer hear 3 different stories from 3 different people. Invoices go out late because we're still waiting on other notes. Final payment drags because there's no closeout package, no proof, no clarity, no documentation, just one word, fixed. Oh, here's the best one. Done. As if it's a complete note. And then last one. Warranty calls explode because the original job file looks like it was written during the earthquake. God damn. We usually give 90 days repair warranty. And if shit happens within that 90 days, sure, give it recall. But, if it's a different issue, then it's a different story. All right. All this shit, this costs real money. Fuel, mainly. Scheduling. You're paying your technician on that day, and I hope they won't cheat on you. Doing other HVAC, doing other extra lighting. Anyway, all good. So, yeah, this is not just a fake business coach money advice. Real money shit. Talking about margin, truck time, labor efficiency, cash flow, reputation, crew morale. If you don't fix this, if you don't define it properly, I know you can define it. It's plain English, it's simple. But, if you don't give a crystal clear definition to what it is, then sometimes we missed out. Why are we even here doing this business? Okay, well, for the sake of, let me define that for you and for everyone's sake. So in progress means labor is active, scope is confirmed, customer has current expectation, the assigned person is updating the file, and the next decision point is known. In progress. Job complete. Job complete means the approved scope is finished, proof is attached, notes are clean, customer outcome is communicated, invoice rule is triggered, and the job is either collectible or explicitly held for a documented reason. Crystal clear. Now, next one, phased project. Phased project simply means that the job is intentionally broken into milestone-based chunks with separate approval, separate scheduling logic, separate documentation, and usually separate billing. Remember what we talked about earlier? Phase 1 gets paid, go to phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and so on and so forth. There's one thing that I want to talk about. The pre-1978. Not sure if this applies to you, but local code enforcement, I'm going to read it a little bit. So local code enforcement commonly requires permitted mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work to be inspected, prohibits concealing work before approval, and requires final inspection when installation is complete. I'm not sure if there's any changes with your laws in your county at this moment. As far as I know, as far as my knowledge is concerned, one example says it requires manufacturer's installation instructions to be available in inspector. You just have to go with it. Comment on the description. I'm going to send you something about this one. One more thing. If you touch that pre-1978 painted surfaces and you do repairs and do a little bit of partial demolitions, the EPA's renovation, repair and painting, they have rules, and they have rules that can apply. Read more on it. There are some certified firms, practices, lead safe practices should be applied. Okay. So if you're like in a remodeling job or construction job where you get stuck in a phased project, the customer would ask you like, can you do a demo now and paperwork later? Like, meaning, can you just demolish this wall first and then we're going to deal with the paperwork later on? Don't. Especially in Long Beach, California. I'm not sure if you guys are doing this or breaking this. This is just, I've encountered with some of the clients. So yeah, a couple things. If you're not in this Long Beach, California, nothing to worry about it. Just bullshit stuff. California, I'm not sure why California you guys have so much laws and regulations and bullshit, and no wonder the growth in that state is just so slow. Except Silicon Valley, that's a different story. But yeah. Anyway, for pool companies, let me just add this up. It can be a little bit funny because that customers who thinks like it's done or if it's safe to swim right now, CDC can be a bitch sometimes. They have a lot of guidance. I have this one client way back, like 3 years ago. Man, they got sued by HOA. Damn, and so many things. They just put like safe to swim, and one tenant complained because they had rashes. Oh, it was just a mess. Anyway, I don't want to go over so deep with that, but you don't want to just be that guy who threw some chlorine shock and you prayed that everything would be okay. Be cautious. I know, government shit. It is what it is. You're in business. Just deal with it. Check every laws in your county, in your zip code, whatever. You guys just don't. I don't want to fight with this permit stuff, but yeah, you get the idea, right? Okay, moving on. Control in progress like a real operator. When a job moves into in progress, that is not the moment to relax. That is the moment where your control system is supposed to wake up. Here's my rule. Do this, then this, okay? It's not an exact like parallel thing, but let me put that in one basket and this one in another basket, then this, okay? So technician checks in on site. CRM statuses moves into in progress. Required fields open immediately. Customer gets arrival update confirmation. Technician documents before, during, and exception conditions. Office watches for delay, added scope, parts hold, or access issue. You, as the owner, only gets pulled in for threshold decisions, not for like every tiny hiccups. Sounds familiar, right? So you do that, then this. Job moved to in progress on arrival. Required before photos. Required note for discovered condition. Required customer facing update before extra work. Required approval before anything outside original scope. Required leak test photo and closeout summary before leaving. That's simple. I'll give you an example on this one. Here, let me, one of my editors is really great in telling stories. Okay, so I had this client with a plumbing service team, doing water heater swaps and a mid-size water line. Plumbing guys, HVAC guys, if you're familiar with 50-gallon ream. So this client had a plumbing service team doing water heater swaps, and like I said, it's a mid-size water line repair. Normal stuff, right? Pretty normal stuff. So the field guys were good. The office was nice, but dangerous setup because this nice character equals undocumented discount can like really kill your business. So this is one job at a 50-gallon gas water heater, right? A Maximus Professional Classic Plus. It should be for replacement. You can see this one's like really old. It's also Ream. Oh, that's a different brand, right? I'm not sure what brand is that, but yeah. So same capacity. Customer had an older setup, as you can see. Tight closet, questionable venting, and of course, a classic line. Customer is an old guy, says, it should be simple. The other guy said we could do it in one day. Dude, sir, we could not do it in one day. The other guy also probably says, yeah, he got 5 minutes away and he's still at the Home Depot. Trust me. This is not something, anyway, this is not something you just finish in one day, all right? So the technician gets there, sees the shutoff valve that needs attention, the vent needs correction, and the platform isn't clean as expected. And the old system, he would just keep going, texted the office with some random stuff, and everybody would discover like the margin is like, it's gonna be like a death sentence, like a funeral later. Yeah, what they did here, they moved the job into in progress after arrival, and then of course they required photos and they required notes for the discovered conditions, required customer facing update before extra work, they required approval before anything outside the original scope, and they required leak test photo and closeout summary before leaving. So this is the kind of your customer you don't want to deal with. Looks like a drug lord or something. There's the permit for HVAC. So I got PDD here. He's probably a DEA undercover agent doing plumbing for this guy just to penetrate his mansion. Anyway, that's just a short story. So software that I'll be using in here, more of these three as well. Quote IQ, Contractors Plus, Go High Level. Really great when it comes to like in progress. There's nothing much you could do when it comes to job complete, except to collect, get payments, summaries. These are the three softwares that I think that have worked really well. Most of our clients that are really successful, we can go over with some reviews on this and compare each one, but not on this video. This is just for me to discuss to you the software, great things, tools that we've used. So Quote IQ is like really strong in here. It combines estimate, invoicing, scheduling, inspection forms, photo documentations, like really intuitive. Also, Go High Level, Contractors Plus, really awesome. Next one is Job Complete. Okay, let's talk about the most abused status in home service. You know what that is? Job completed. It means proof, not vibes. You don't just put job completed just because you feel like it's completed. It's not feeling, it's not vibe. You need proof. Why was it completed? You need photos, documentations, and all that. Or else you cannot invoice it. What's a job complete? A job is not complete because the tech is tired. Give me a break. A job is not complete because the truck left. A job is not complete because the customer said, looks good. And the job is definitely not complete because somebody typed done in the notes. Like it means so much. Just the word done sounds familiar. Okay, you gotta have like before and after photos, at least. Or not at least, it should be required. Okay? Force your CRM to have this before and after. Do this, then this. So tech finishes approved scope. Tech completes closeout checklist before leaving. CRM moves to job complete only after required proof is attached. And your virtual assistant should verify the notes, documentations, signatures, invoice trigger. Have them call the technicians. Hey, you have not completed your documentations. Hey, there's no pre-signature, post-signature. And if we don't have that, we could not move on to invoicing. That should be like the main trigger. And customer gets completion summary. Not just summary. If full detail possible, send it to them. Except for the notes inside technician notes. So that's your internal, I'm talking about internal notes. But those completion notes, not just summary, if you could like provide a complete note, why is it completed, how it was completed. So yeah, provide that. Lastly, invoice goes out same day or hold reasons is documented. Why was it not said today? If the job is done today, you better make sure its invoice is sent today. Trust me, people forget. Your property manager will have amnesia in the next 2-3 days if you don't send that invoice today. Okay, so moving on. Let me discuss mostly what I notice with all this niche. HVAC, you don't just put like job complete. Mostly, this is what technical proof for, I'm talking in general. I know there can be many. There can be a lot. Okay, so for HVAC, pressures, temperature split, ampere, draw, startup, commissioning notes. There can be more. You gotta provide this top 4, if I could call it top 4. Plumbing, leak test result, valve function, drain function, fixture photos. There can be a lot. PVC pipe that you use, which SDR, which thickness, the valve. There can be a lot. And then moving on with electrical, label circuit, device result, panel note, test confirmation, ampere, wattage. There can be a lot. Electrical is one of the most complicated client that I've worked with as well, but really awesome. Appliance, model, serial, fade part, installation part, installed part, test mode, or run test result. This is for repair. And installation is a different story. If you have installation services in your appliance repair, you're doing installations on refrigerator, washers and dryers, so it's going to be a different notes when you make job complete. Pest control, target area, product use, placement photos, exclusion notes. If you need to put what species of rats or cockroaches. So yeah. Cleaning, before and after. If there's one niche that's always, I guess, that you gotta have a blueprint of before and after, it's cleaning. People don't believe. What's clean for me may not be clean on the eyes of my mother-in-law, right? When I say the sink is clean, my mother-in-law would always find a way to like, eek! It's not clean. So yeah, before and after, chemical use, did you use muriatic acid? Did you just use a degreaser? Or did you just simply use soap? Excluded areas, add-on requests and documentations. So yep. Okay, landscaping. Areas completed, plants and materials installed, irrigation adjustments, punch list. Did you do some grafting? Did you do some cross-hybrid shit with their orchids? What else did you do in landscaping? There could be more. Construction, one of the most complicated. Phase punch list, inspection status, material reconciliation, client walkthrough notes. There could be like a million things that you could put on construction. So pool, chemistry reading, really basic. Filter pressure notes, chemical added, tech check-in, revisit triggers. Could be a lot. Here's a challenge. Get your top 20 clients, get your best technicians for the past 3 years, get the common denominator on how they structure whenever they put their job summary, whenever they say job complete. What have they done? Things that they do. Get those, structure those, use that as a template. That could be your like standard. Yeah, set it up as a standard. When they create job complete, what do they do? Bam, bam, bam. What time they came in? Bam, bam, bam. There could be a lot. Moving on with this one, phased project. Let's talk about how to run a phased project without looking confused. This stage is where a lot of owners, I've seen them, man. This is the stage where a lot of owners turn into part-time philosophers. Hang on. You hear this usually. Oh, we'll keep it moving. Another one. We'll sort billing out later. You know, we just have to figure it out. Just keep moving, boys. Third. We know what phase 2 is. Come on. What? This is already phase 2. Fourth one. Come on, bro. You didn't know to formalize everything. Can I just move on? Just keep moving on. You usually hear that. You don't sound like in business. You sound like a philosopher, I guess. Okay, well, if that hits you, great. We're gonna fix that. This is how you build a profitable looking mess. When you do this, when you always hear this. Okay, I'm not saying it's you, but man, now is the time to fix it. Could be you. A phased project is not a delayed job. A phased project is also not a incomplete job. A phased project is not a vague promise. Okay? It is a job that's intentionally broken into milestone with proper commitments. That means like each phase needs like a defined scope, a defined owner, a defined schedule window, a defined documentations, a defined billing trigger, and a defined next phase condition. There can be a lot, but you gotta set your parameters if you really want to get paid. This is cute, but phase project can be a bitch if you don't know how to handle it. Okay, because your expectation may be different from client's expectation, and if they say, "Oh, why will I pay you with phase 2 if looks like you haven't done the phase 1 yet?" And for you, you're like, "But this is phase 1. Pay me first before I proceed to phase 2. I'm done with phase 1." And you guys end up fighting with the customer. And the customer is like, "No, that's not phase 1. It's not done yet. I'm not going to pay you." Man, this is how your workflow should be. I know there can be a lot, but in general, initially, so phase project workflow. Phased approved, deposit or progress payment confirmed, procurement or prep task assigned, phase schedule, work executes, phase closeout documented, invoice or draw sent, Next phase queued only when the required condition is met. Okay? Yes, it's the client that will pay you, but set your parameters crystal clear. This is what phase 1 looks like. This is how it gets done. And when it's done, you fucking pay me, or I don't proceed to phase 2. Is that clear? Dude, you got to put that in a contract, okay? In your scope of work. So it should be crystal clear from the beginning. If you don't want to end up fighting, that's not phase 1. You haven't finished phase 1. Would I pay you phase 2? But for you, looks like phase 1 is already done. So I don't know which one's correct. You guys would end up in court, not finishing the job. I've seen hundreds of this kind of disputes. You got 2 virtual assistants that could run it, could help you out. They don't need to be an expert, but they can do the admin works for you. All right, who owns what? The owner or your operations manager, depending on if you really trust your operations manager with the tenure and experience. So you as the owner or your operations manager or your foreman, you mainly do the phase design, pricing, milestone rules, and hold rules. Your VA or your dispatcher, they can do the admin works when it comes to like task dates, material follow-up, customer communications, inspection schedule, reminder, cadence, and of course your technicians, your crew or your foreman, they could execute the phase, daily log, punch items, and set up for some stuff that's ready for the next phase. The thing that I just talked 5-10 minutes ago, construction is the obvious example, but this applies every niche depending on the scope of work or how big the project is and how big your operations is. For example, remodeling, of course, construction. So you do demo, rough-in, inspection, finish. Landscaping, well, you do a bit of excavation, drainage, hardscape, planting. For pest control business, exclusion, follow-up seal, monitoring, revisit, pray that those ants did not reproduce like gremlins. Appliance repair. Parts order jobs are basically mini phase project. Yeah. So you go there, you fix it. It requires your technician to go back because you have to order the parts. It kind of look like phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. If you're also doing laundromat, phase 1, set up the bases first. Phase 2, put up the machine, install the piping, put up the machine. Phase 3, set up the payment system. So it can be a lot of things, depending on, again, how big your operations is. HVAC, also complicated. Special order equipment, 2-ton, 3-ton, put it in the roof. You gotta set up the vent, can be a lot of phases. Electrical, service change, panel work, utility coordination, final sign off. Cleaning, post-construction clean with stage access. I haven't done phases with cleaning, so I cannot say much on this. Depending on how big the operations and what you're cleaning, basically. And then plumbing, repipe, sewer, rough final sequence, or restoration coordination. Yeah, I've seen a lot of different phases. This goes hand in hand, depending on the job, because if you're like a subcontractor of a construction company, you do the plumbing part of that building. So yeah, it can be phase by phase coordination. And then the pool, green to clean, as always, it's not just a one-time thing. You have to go back 2-3 times until everything is crystal clear and blue and beautiful. So equipment replacement, opening and closing bundles, or commercial compliance, and you're going to be working across multiple visits. Your playbook already frames some of this as multi-visit. There you go. It's a multi-visit work with a log base and QA and revisit triggers. So for those swimming pool companies, you know what I'm talking about, right? Especially when summer comes in, man, you got to do a lot of work. You need local county inspection that's coming in before openings. So it can be phase by phase. It's not just a one-time thing. You guys should be charging that part right over there when every inspection, when the local inspector comes in. I see some swimming pool companies not charging it. I don't know. Okay, moving on with the storytelling session. This right over here. It's a Nigerian prince, Aghogho Bamidele, I don't want to sell vibranium. So he got 600 trillion gold, 200 Rolls Royce, and 30 Rhino. God. So he's a prince. He got 2 wives, sisters, Catherine Preston, Carol Preston. Man, sounds legit. Okay, well, each and every phase, you can see here, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Each phase requires scope, price, target date, owner, photoproof, billing trigger. So you can move on to the next phase. So like, for example, in here, drainage, right? First one, drainage upgrade. Phase 2, in here. They put the tiles in here, okay? And in phase 3, they put the lightings. And of course, they use this Jose Antonio. He's a landscaping service guy. Now, I will not hire this guy if I have 2 wives. This doesn't sound like he's doing landscaping. And his tagline, I fertilize your flowers. Could have chosen a different line on that. Okay, so moving on. You get the idea, right? This is just a story to just, add a little more icing on what we're discussing. But you get the idea. Okay. So moving on is the invoice, collection, and getting paid, and progress billing. So this is going to be more interesting. So most trade businesses do not have an invoicing problem. They usually have a handoff problem. 100%. See this blue line right over here? What? Invoice done, collect done, paid done. But if it's a progress billing, came from a phase project, it's progress billing, right? We talk about that. Goes back to create job order again. Goes to scheduling again. Goes to phase project again until the job is done. The crew says the job is done. Office says invoice is going out. Customer says, I thought the phase 2 was included. You haven't even paid it. The owner says, why is there no payment yet? Dispatcher says, wait, I already tentatively put the next crew on Thursday. And the bookkeeper is sitting there looking at a draft invoice like it's supposed to turn into cash through the power of positive thinking. This is the stage where we're going to be talking about today. It's invoice, collect, paid, and progress billing. This is where a lot of trade businesses find out the hard way that work completed is not the same thing as money collected. Okay? Money is not yet in your pocket, baby. You can't do payroll. You can't buy materials for phase 2 just because the customer view it already. And you can't run phase 2 with a promise of, they said they'll pay later. And definitely you can't keep dispatching skilled labor like your foster care. This is the stage I'm going to break down exactly how the stage works inside a real operating system. It's not theory. It's not business guru shit. No fluffy, improve your cash flow nonsense. Real field business logic. Operational logic. That works. Okay, I've gone through a lot of different owners with different service industries. So same, I hear the same common denominator, same problem over and over again. So yeah, I'm going to show you how the invoice, collect, paid, and progress billing stages connect to each other through the rest of the workflow. Why the dash lines, why it goes back to create order. Also, we're going to be explaining more on how the dispatch gets pulled back after create job order, why dispatch again, why this again, and why this again. And this part right over here, why it goes in cycle. We're going to explain more of that. If I'm going to ask you before we start on this, how many invoices in your company are technically sent, but spiritually abandoned? I guess there's a lot, huh? Let's start with this. The field finishes work. The field finishes work. Office doesn't have all the notes. The invoice go out late. The add-ons are missing. Customers are confused. collection starts weak, and phase 2 gets discussed before phase 1 is paid. And now everybody's acting like shocked because the cash flow looks like a crime scene. This is the stage where profit either becomes real or it'll just stay imaginary. And the worst part is, here's the bad control looks like. Your technician leaves without final quantities. Office keep guessing what to bill. The customer keep disputing the labor. Why you sent 5 guys? This can be done for like 2 guys. Really? And a change order gets buried in final invoice. The partial payment comes in and nobody applies it correctly. The next crew gets booked before billing conditions are met. Uh-oh. And then the owner starts saying, man, we're doing a lot of revenue. Well, the bank account, in reality, looks like it's on diet. It's on keto diet. Dude, that is not growth. That's unpaid production with extra steps. You can't payroll with cent. You can't buy material with customer viewed it already. So, yeah, but how can you buy materials for your phase 2, phase 3? You definitely can't run phase 2 off. They said they pay later. You call your customer service. So what happened? What happened with that customer? Oh, they said they're going to pay later. Later when? Tomorrow, next week, next month, next year? When? Later is like a dangerous word. You definitely can't keep dispatching skilled labor like your charity with ladder. You're like a foster care charity system. You're in business. You got cash flow. You got bills. You got fuel. So, yeah. The reason why your flow chart matters is because this stage is not just accounting. This stage controls operations. Right over here. It controls whether the job truly closes, whether collections start, whether warranty starts, whether the next phase is authorized, whether a new job order has to be created, whether dispatch gets pulled back in, and whether the right crew even shows up next. Like this part right over here. This should be you. You as the owner, this is how your persona should be. Like you are in control. That's why this stage sits under in progress, job complete, and phase project. Because once work is done, business has to decide one of 4 things. Send the invoice, collect the balance, mark it paid and close it, or trigger progress billing and loop the job back into execution. You're going to schedule it again or what? See? That's not bookkeeping. That's business control. Like right over. If you watch Godfather 1, 2, 3, man. And I just recently finished Breaking Bad. Control, baby. Not being a control freak to your employees, but you have control over all your system because that's how business works. That's how you can scale. Not motivational, positive, spiritual shit. Just control. Simple control. Have you ever started a next phase job before the previous phase was fully billed and collected? And then, you asked for price when the customer suddenly became a part-time attorney. According to the law, blah, 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 you should be able to finish this block first, this fence first before we could... Yeah. Let's move on with the operator mindset. If you have a workflow map, I need you to create like a solid circle plan or a path where you can put up new work requests, acquire information, you can create a site plan or send an estimate, create job order, in progress, job complete, then money. You may have a different niche, you may have a different crew size or different, depending on how big your operations is. But if you can create and simplify a simple spine, if you can just create a new work request, acquire information, estimate job order, schedule, dispatch, in progress, job complete, and money, you could work, you could scale. Simple is good. You don't need fancy, complicated stuff. If you think what works best for you and if you can improve and if you could do it over and over and over again, the boring part there, that's where it makes money because you have a template and you can beat the hell out of those big companies. When the phase 1 is complete, you don't just collect and celebrate like a drunk uncle at a barbecue. You have to ask this part right over here. Is the current phase fully documented? Is the current invoice sent? Is the current invoice collected or contractually cleared? This phase 2 required a new job order. This phase 2 required a different scope. This phase 2 required a different crew. This phase 2 required a rescheduling and dispatch. See? 7 questions. Just by asking the right questions, you could change your game. It could change your cash flow. Yeah, definitely. Because if you can create a workflow out of these questions, this would be like your trigger questions. If you can create a workflow out of this, man, you're gonna grow. Your game is gonna change. Your customer's gonna respect you. Same customer, same project, same controlled work. Let's move on with how many steps is this? 4 steps. We're gonna be discussing 4 steps to close this section right over here. Invoice, collect, paid, progress billing. So step 1. Invoice like an operator, not like a guesser. Do not invoice off memory. Invoice on proof. I couldn't explain more better than that. You don't say, I think we added like 2 bags of cement. Kinda. I think that was Thursday. And can you just put that in the invoice? It only shows that you are inefficient. It only shows that you are scattered. And that means the job becomes invoice ready only when the file or when you're properly fixed. This is the part where you'd have to really locked in and fix this part over here. Scope is approved. Change order attached if there was any change order, additional something. Materials or parts used, labor summary, completion photos or proof where relevant, customer facing summary, balance due, due date, payment method or payment link. I know some of you have done this. I also know some of you may have forgot this. You don't have a system. Then the invoice gets sent on that day or when the job is done before 5 p.m. Not tomorrow, not once Sarah gets around to it, not after the weekend because everyone's tired. If you have a job that you can finish on Friday, please advise your VA to go overtime a little bit. Finish that invoice, send it on Friday. Because trust me, when Saturday and Sunday barbecue hits, Monday is like, oh, I forgot. What did we do? Not you. Customer's end. We'll be like, oh shoot, man. Oh, did we do this? Did we apply this last Thursday or last Friday? It'll, that lapse of time, it'll kind of mess up some of the details, crucial things that could affect your cash flow. So, who owns this part right over here? Close out. Guys, I know your technicians are good, are kind, great people, but they gotta learn to be disciplined when it comes to putting and creating notes. Close out notes, quantities, photos, parts, scope completion. It has to be complete, crystal fucking clear. They're good, they're kind and everything, but if sometimes they just mess things up and they don't complete all of this, it'll affect your cash flow. Tell them that. And if it affects your cash flow, it'll affect their payroll. Force that workflow. Do this, you get paid. You don't do this, you don't get paid, or maybe you get paid next week on the next payroll cycle. Don't blame me. Okay, moving on. VA, CSR, dispatcher, right? They do most of the admin work. So have them verify the file 2 times, 3 times, send invoice ASAP. Have them overtime, like create extra time. Tag payment status, trigger reminders. They know automations, go high levels, really great in here. So, yeah. You, the owner, and your operations manager, you do exception reviews, undisputed scope. I think this one was, okay, this and that. You do most of that. High dollar invoices, phase release approval. You know more of your game. You know the approach, your payroll, and you know how to balance the cost of materials and all that. Do this. It's not because it's Friday and it's traffic going home and you're fucking tired and that's your exact definition of job is done. It's Friday. It's 5 p.m. I'm done. Dude, you own the company. Don't think of 9 to 5. If you have a mindset of a 9 to 5, just work for someone else. Stop that company because it'll not work. As an owner, you don't have 9 to 5. You have 24 fucking hours. 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days. Not 9 to 5. I see a lot of owners like they only work like 9 to 5 and then that's it. They treat it like they're under employment status. It'll not work. Entrepreneurship and being a business owner is hard. And for that reason, you're there. Had it been easy, everyone could have done it. You want easy? Don't do it. Work for someone else. Okay, so let's move on. I don't want to end this up. A Robert Kiyosaki motivational shit. Okay, always, never, if then. Always send the invoice of documented scope. Always attach the change order before the customer sees the final bill. Always make the due date and payment link stupidly fucking crystal clear. Okay, never let the office rebuild the invoice from random text. Okay, that'll mess your communications with the customer. Never wait 3 days to bill 1 day job. 3 fucking days. You fucking serious? You're fucking serious, mate? 3 fucking days. So that's what I'm talking about. Job is done Friday. You gotta wait like Saturday, Sunday. People go eat barbecue, go to church, watch movie. Comes Monday, boom, hangover. They forgot. Shit happens, right? So never wait 3 days to bill 1 day job. Saturday, Sunday. Count it 3 days, even if it's just 2 days. If it's Friday done, have it sent before 6 p.m., right? Unless job is like, you gotta work Friday until 7 or 8 or 9. You gotta pour concrete, you gotta finish some stuff. Sure, okay. But first thing Saturday morning, done. Send it out. Call the customer. I don't care. If it's Saturday, like, holy shit, it's Saturday. Why are you calling me Saturday? Because I gotta send the invoice. I'm just letting you know that I just sent the invoice. I'm not here to cheat chat. Third, never bury extra work in the final total and pray they don't notice. Guys, just be honest with your customer, okay? If you did some extra work, extra stuff, and you added extra things, unless it's within your SLA or NTE, don't just bury extra work. You're being dishonest, and your reputation is on the line, and it'll hit you someday. Maybe if you could get on with it right now, but trust me, it'll hit you someday. Bad karma. I believe in that. Karma's a bitch. This right over here, you're just being dishonest, and it'll break your principle as a businessman. As a businessman, you gotta have great principle in business, because the moment you break your principles in life and in business, in family, in friends, and the customers, it'll mess up your mindset. It'll mess up your personality, your workflow, and how you treat your business and your employees and all that. And overall, it'll make you, people can notice it. If you do this part right over here, you bury some extra work in the final total, your employee can see it, your technicians can see it, they'll see you as a different person. They'll see you like this guy right over here, dude, he cheats. This is cheating right over here. Not exactly cheating. Of course, you want to get paid, but in the first place, you wouldn't bury the extra work in the final total if you were honest, if you've done it carefully, if you've done it perfectly, smoothly, and if you've had great workflow, right? This wouldn't happen if you had a great system in the first place. So yeah, don't. Maybe give it extra, sure, done. But don't charge the customer without them knowing it. Very important. If the job is complete and documentation is in and the invoice goes out today. So if the job is complete, the documentation is in and the invoice goes out today. Same. But yeah, I just want to solidify that part right over there. Not invoice tomorrow, not wait for Saturday, Sunday, and Christmas. No. Even if it's Christmas, just inform the customer, text the customer. I know it's Christmas, and I just want to let you know I sent the invoice. I don't want to bother your vacation, but just letting you know that I sent the invoice today. Okay? If you could please wire me that 200 grand. So I gotta have payroll on Tuesday. Okay. It's 2. If it was done, it gets billed. If it was changed, then it gets to attach. If it's done, it's billed. And if there was changes, you have to attach that changes. Yes, it's right over here, right? Remember this part, never bury extra work in the final total and pray they don't notice. You don't cheat customers with that kind of system. If there was any changes, attach it. Inform the customer. Hey, I have attached the extra work that we did. This is worth $2,000. And I have attached a couple of extra stuff, tools and materials that we did extra that wasn't part of the scope of work originally. Here it is. Okay? Oh yeah. If it goes to that. if you go that far. Anyway, third one, lastly, if there's an invoice, then there's a receipt for what we already approved. Exactly. If you have all this, there's nothing to argue with the customer. They will respect you because you are professional, you are straight, and you're solid like a concrete, and you'll get more customers. That's the after effect. So if you're going to ask yourself, like, how many jobs have I done, but it's actually just invoice ready, and because the documentation is not complete, and because my VA is sick, and because my technician didn't complete the documentations, how many of those floating purgatory invoice ready, but not yet invoiced fully and not yet paid? Check out your CRM when your VA comes back from vacation. When there's a big job incoming, please no vacation, especially you, the owner. I have this one owner previously. Every time he gets big jobs, after the big job, he goes vacation. Comes back like a big dick, complaining to his employees and customers and VA. Oh, why this, and that? And he loses money, finds another big job, makes like money again, goes vacation again, and it comes back whining, a complete dick. If that's you, dude, you gotta stop that. You're not gonna grow. You'll just keep going back to square one over and over and over again. You have a workflow, you have a VA, you have a technician, but it's you just don't have any discipline when it comes to running your business, which is not even big. It's not even scalable when everyone sees you like a dick. Okay, moving on. Step 2, collect without acting desperate or stupid. How am I going to collect without acting desperate or stupid? Because everyone who collects naturally will sound desperate and stupid. Naturally. Well, not everyone. Let's talk about that strategy that everybody avoids because, everybody just wants to be nice, right? Dude, fucking collect. I tell you, if you don't collect, somebody's going to get hungry. Your technician have 3 kids, 4 kids, 5 kids, and you need to do payroll Tuesday or Thursday. So yeah, collect. Here's the problem a lot of owners that I'm looking at. A lot of owners think sending invoices like collection. No. First, there's a 2 separate spelling. Sending invoice is not collection. It's just sending invoice. It's just part of your engine. It's just part of your workflow. Unless you've gone through a lot of different collections issued before. No, it's not collections. Yes, the act of collecting is there. The process of collecting is there. But collections for us, it sounds more derogatory. Or you feel like, it's a collection agency. No, it's not. It's just sending invoice. You're not being... Dude, stop being fucking soft. Just send the fucking invoice. Let's create a workflow. Do this, then this. Invoice sent. Auto-confirm delivery. Payment reminder before on due date. Okay? So 3 days before the due date, you gotta have an automated system right over there. First follow-up after due date. Maybe 3 days after. Human follow-up by VA or office. Maybe after 5th day or 7th day. Owner escalation on threshold accounts. If your property manager already exceeded 60 days, call the property manager. Not the VA, you as the owner. Hey, buddy, what up? What up, cuz? Man, I got payroll to pay, man. I need my money. You can find the best way how to say it. It's just have to be nice. I'm not sorry, not nice. Don't be nice. Don't be a nice guy. Just have to be corporate. Corporately, can't find the right word. You can just have to be corporately kind. No, don't be kind. Don't be nice, don't be kind, but be a good person. I'm not saying I'm not teaching you to be a bad person. Be a good person, God-fearing person, but don't be too kind, don't be too nice. This is where the part your business will fail. So yeah, just, call your customers. If it's 60 days, hey man, I see the invoice that my VA sent and it's been here for like 60 days. Just want to, call you myself. You being the owner, calling that property manager, it'll give them like a big impact. Like, holy shit. Now the owner's been calling me now. Holy shit. If I'm the property manager and there's an invoice that's been in my email that for some reason, I'm ignoring and I don't give a shit. I'm a property manager, right? I don't give a shit. And now 60 days comes and owner comes and calls me like, holy shit. Holy motherfucking shit. Man, that kind of like give me a different bad adrenaline, if you know what I'm saying. Like, holy shit, I gotta pay this guy. It's been 2 months. And you going there, you know, hey buddy, hey, you know, just want to call, how are you? And man, I just want to, like, you know, get to the bottom of this. When are you gonna fucking pay? There's a lot of ways of saying it. Don't follow that word, all right? You know your guy. Okay, next phase, hold if required. Hold if you have a good contract in the first place. If you have a good service contract in the first place, you can hold the next phase 2, or if it reaches the threshold already, like for some, let's say you have a maintenance contract with one building, right? And you do repair and maintain the washers and dryers. Dude, if they reach a certain point, like 5,000, and it's within your contract, and you both agree that if it reaches 5,000, or whichever comes first, within 30 days or 60 days, and if they haven't paid, you know, so be it. Just stop. Stop. Let them know that this is your threshold. Dude, this is my limit. 5,000, or, you know, you can go over a little bit, 30 days, maybe 60 days, depending how deep your account is. But yeah, give them 30 days. Sorry, give them net 30, but give them a threshold of 5,000, right? Net 30, great. More than 5,000 after 60 days, done. I can't do it. You guys have to find another repair guy because I cannot do it. I got payroll, and they will respect you more on that. Moving on. I don't want to get so much into the drama. Just have to create a good system in the first place, right? You don't want to say like, hey, did you ever pay that? Can you text them? Maybe give it another week? Dude, you have truck payment. You have payroll, you have software payment. Even if you have extra cash, you don't say, give it another week. But guess what? Your customer will also apply this to you. Give it another week before I pay you. Give it another month. Give it another year. That's just not collection. It's like begging with a clipboard. No fake threats. No weird intimidation. Just be corporate, be good, and yeah. Not sure if this applies right over here. Okay? But Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, let me just read this real quick. Nonsense. Government shit. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau says, original creditor may try to collect a past due account itself or hire a debt collector. And debt collectors generally have to provide specific validation information that means blah, blah, blah. Fucking government shit. Do just collect. Okay? So basic collection routine. Day 0, invoice sent with payment link. Day 1 to 3, reminder if unpaid. You can also automate this. If you don't know, we'll teach you. Day 4 and 7, human follow-up. Day 8, owner review or anything meaningful. And then before the next phase, if you are in a face-to-face project. So payment conditions check, not assumed. If it's, again, phase 1, this is phase 1, and this is the parameters of phase 1 before I get paid. Okay, so you don't have to forgive me with the photos. It's just a AI shit. All right, let's move it on. Moving on to oh yeah, here before we move on to the next to step 3. These are a couple of great things that you could probably say to the customer, right? Let me review a couple of script. I'm resending your invoice here with the payment link, so it's easy. We have payment link, right? We may have a payment third-party software that can send it to them, to invoice to them from your CRM, maybe. But it's also good to put that payment link in the email, where you could soften things a little bit. It doesn't sound robotic if you send it directly from your CRM. So get that, put it here in your email. Or you've had already a long thread of discussion and job is done and you have attached a couple of things. Because some CRM, when the job is done, once you click on invoice sent and the payment link, sometimes the CRM doesn't have the attach, well, it'll attach the job order, but it will not attach some of the maybe change order, things that you've added, stuff like that. Just get a payment link, put in the email, explain more, put the change orders, things that you've added, and it'll kind of like give you a clear path, because in that email you've already discussed a lot of things from the beginning of the project all the way to getting paid. So less dispute and kind of soft. It'll soften the way of collection, if you get what I'm saying. If that makes sense. I don't know. We're sending your invoice here with a payment link, so it's easy. Here's the second one. The work is complete. The work is completed and the balance is now due. Simple, right? It doesn't have to be that. You don't have to be an ass. Third one. Before we release the next phase, we need phase 1 billing squared away. ChatGPT it. Rephrase it. Be friendly. Last one. I'm happy to help you with any questions on the invoice, but I'm not scheduling additional work while this balance is open. Or you could say it. Hey, I'm happy to help you with some questions on the invoice, but my system could not proceed with additional work until balance is open. Sounds like it's protocol. It's hard protocol that you just have to follow, and it is what it is. You can't go over with that. Okay. If you're running collections, I know it's hard, but in the first place, you won't end up in a hard collections if you've had a great system. Step 3, paid does not mean forget it. Okay. Let me clear that out. Paid doesn't mean forget it. Let's clean up that dumb habit. A lot of shops, maybe that you're one of it, a lot of shops mark something paid like, it means like the whole thing is over. Oh, it's paid. Dude, we are fucking paid. Paid is a controlled status. Let me give you an exact definition of paid, in case you didn't know. Payment was actually captured in your pocket. Okay? Payment was applied to the right invoice. Receipt was sent. The job filed is updated. The next route decision is chosen if it's face to face. Okay? Because paid can go to won or closed. Paid can still go to recall or under warranty. You may have been paid right now. If the same issue persists after 2 weeks, guess what? That's still recall. You have to go back there, spend fuel in your own. Customer already paid, and you still mess up. Third, paid can create new job order if the payment unlocks the next phase. Again, for the phase billing or progress billing. So it's really that simple. Here's the thing. If the job is really truly done and paid, try these 4 things. Ask for the review, schedule the maintenance reminder, tag the warranty date, and move the file cleanly. You have a VA for that reason, right? Tag the warranty date, really important. So if you're like in a repair business and you give like 90-day repair warranty before you call it a recall, cool, fine. But tag the first day you went there and the job was done and completed and tried and tested, and account 90 days. After 90 days, same issue persists. Customer calls in, hey, it's dryer's still not heating. Yeah, it's been 6 months, dude. Come on. So tag the warranty date. Move the file cleanly, schedule the maintenance reminder, ask for the review. Do not leave paid jobs rotten in a random stage because nobody likes closing the loop. That's how recall history gets lost. Exactly. If it's a paid job and it's done and it's completed, it's closed, done. Set one of your VA to clean those closeouts. Really important, guys, because that should clear your calendar. Step 4, last one. So invoice collect, paid, and get progress billing still in this section. Step 4, progress billing is the loop back into operations. Progress billing is not Send them another invoice because we feel like it. Nope. This is where your chart stops being a cute diagram and starts acting like a real operating system. Okay? I need you to imagine this circle right over here. So phase 1 is complete. Progress billing set. Let's imagine this part right over here. Okay? Imagine this like it's in a milestone billing. So phase 1, let's say you've done the project. Phase 1 is complete. And it goes to progress billing sent of the phase 1. The phase name, exact deliverables, approve amount, what is complete, what's not included yet, next phase condition, next tentative schedule window, and whether the new order job will be open. Next one, payment or contractual release confirmed. Customer already confirmed. Yeah, we're going to release the payment on Wednesday. Great. Then we're going to create new job order. It goes back to your scheduler. We create new job order for phase 2. Find a new team, find a new dispatch, find a new schedule. Could be phase 2, phase 3 can be a different skilled team, right? New specialist, new crew. You've probably done with the foundation. Now you're going to be doing the walls, and phase 3 is roofing. So that's different subcontractors. So do that. So phase 2 starts. Phase 2 goes back into in progress. Phase 2 is often not the same work, different scope, different materials, different crew, different timeline, different liability. Guess what? After this, phase 2 is complete. Now it goes phase 3. Same cycle. Phase 3 is complete. Phase 4. Phase 4 is complete. Phase 5. You know, it's that simple. If you don't have this, comment below. We're going to send you a template on how to do this. We're going to help you out. So really, it's not that complicated if you just know what to do, basically. It's hard for that reason, but it's not complicated. Still step 4. I'll explain this part over here. Logic applies across all niche. It's not just for construction. Guys, all of the shit that I'm talking about right here, yes, construction, roofing, and all that, but it's not just for construction because it applies to some other big jobs, even appliance repair. I've handled a couple of appliance repair company that builds laundromat. So yeah, it goes phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Large chassis, washer dryers, tumblers. Okay, HVAC. Rough install done, startup, commissioning next. For landscaping, like drainage correction done, pavers or planting next, whatever. Pool, G2C, common ones. Extra recovery visit or equipment repair or triggered next. Plants, diagnostic builds, parts arrival, crates return, and job order. Yeah, you order parts, right? It's like phase 2, kinda. Pest control, exclusion phase done, monitoring revisit next, cleaning, phase 1, rough post, construction clean, final detail clean, scheduled later, depending on how big what you're cleaning. So it's really that simple. Different trade, same loop, same principle. And it applies the same. Okay, let's go with if-then rules and never rules. If the phased bill is unpaid, then phase 2 does not get scheduled. Couldn't be more clear than that. If phased bill is unpaid, phase 1 is unpaid, phase 2 doesn't get scheduled. Simple as that. You don't have to be a dick. Just say to the customer, my system will not trigger phase 2 if it's not marked paid. And we cannot mark it paid if the invoice is still open and still sitting right over here. So here's a payment link. Pay it so we can move on. Second one. If phase 2 needs a different crew, then a new job order gets created before dispatch. Okay, if you have a subcontractor, a different crew, then you just have to do this. Third, if the milestone proof is weak, then invoice is not ready. I don't know how to explain this. First of all, like I said, if you have a good, solid, strong contract, then your proof shouldn't be weak. Your job shouldn't be weak. Your documentation shouldn't be weak. Then it flows to the invoice. Then your invoice could have been really fucking solid. If the contractor or jurisdiction has payment restrictions, then your billing schedule follows that, not your feelings. Let me repeat it one more time. It looks like a mouthful. If the contract or jurisdiction has payment restrictions, then your billing schedule follows that, not your feelings. Contract says, you gotta finish the fence first before payment gets triggered. You gotta follow that. Do whatever you can to finish it. You don't beg from a customer, hey, is it okay if you can just get the payment first from the phase one? Because, I gotta do payroll and it's not my fault. Weather, the rain, and, the crane got delayed and whatever, alien come in. You gotta follow that. You yourself, you gotta be ashamed of yourself. You gotta be strict to yourself, right? You gotta humble yourself. You have to finish phase one if you want to get paid. You don't discount the customer. Ask for advance for phase two. Be ashamed of yourself. You're a businessman. Okay. Never rule. Never bill draw to with no clear deliverables. This is just what I'm saying. Same right over here. You bill a customer. You don't even have a clear deliverables in your invoices. You haven't even completed. This sounds like a beginning of cheating customers. Do not do that. You not having a clear deliverables. If you have a good intent, okay. If it's an accident, okay. But if you're intentionally doing this, dude, you're not gonna stay long in your business. Never release the next crew on maybe. Maybe on what? Yeah, maybe they could do it. I don't know. Maybe they can handle it. I don't know. Maybe he knows how to use a jackhammer. I don't know. Dude, no maybe. Maybe is where you'll get in trouble when it comes to payroll, when it comes to fixing and finishing stuff. Never call a block project in progress just to make the board look. Never call a block project in progress just to make the board look busy. I don't understand. Who are you trying to impress just to make your calendar look fucking busy? Check if your VA is doing this, or your project manager is doing this, or your foreman is doing this. Double check. Just because your calendar looks busy, your CRM looks busy, so many block projects, so many in progress, you gotta start asking in the first place. Why is so much in progress? What's happening? You know what that means? It means so much projects are hanging by the thread. This is cash flow problem right over here. So yeah. All right. I'm not gonna do much of the comparison in here. This is not a paid, sponsored me recommending them. I'm just giving you the software that I've gone through with different owners. This is like a common denominator that always pops out. Quote IQ, Contractors Plus, Go High Level, all the things that I've talked about. These are like really, really great. Of course, Go High Level when it comes to automations and collections. Contractors Plus, great payment link, collections, sending invoices. Code IQ is great. Follow-ups, you can create automated follow-ups, 3 days, 7 days, 15 days, 60 days. All are great. So yeah, please have a CRM. If you don't have one, email us below. We're gonna recommend you, and if you don't know how, we're gonna do installations for you. We're gonna help you out. We're gonna create it for you, from setting up phone to creating a CRM. Or if you don't have a VA, we're gonna give you a VA. So yeah, let me know. It's not free. It's expensive, but if you want your business to scale, contact us. Okay, let's go with this one. Mistakes to avoid. 6 fucking mistakes to avoid. 1, treating invoice sent like a revenue. It's not yet revenue. I've seen owners like this. Like whenever there's like an invoice sent, dude, they feel like it's revenue. It's not revenue. It'll give you, I don't know who you're trying to impress, but this part right over here, it'll just build you like a fake confidence. Oh, I got $200,000 in revenue. $200,000 invoice sent. It's a $200,000 invoice sent, not yet in your pocket, baby. Bad cash forecasting, sloppy payroll planning. You'll end up saying, "Oh, dude, your accountant saying, oh, we don't have money to pay payroll next week." Yeah, but it's like 200,000 revenue. Dude, it's not revenue. It's just invoice sent, not yet paid. What to do instead? Separate invoice, collect, and paid as different statuses with different owners. or maybe not different owners, but owners here is like the VA and this and that, the collections. Invoice, sent, collected, paid. You know what? Let me add it up. In my pocket, in my wife. Sounds stupidly simple, but it is what it is. 2, mistake number 2, things that you have gotta avoid. Starting phase 2 before phase 1. Billing is controlled. It causes leverage loss, customer confusion, scheduled abuse, margin erosion. Exactly. Because you're going phase 2 without even getting billed yet on phase 1. Customer will be asking, like, oh, you're in phase 3 now. I didn't know. Yeah, we do it fast. We are French. And we like to do it fast. We like charity works. Don't. What to do instead? Phase bill first, release next job order second, dispatch third. Mistakes to avoid. Number 3, using vague progress invoice. Here we go. What it costs. Billing disputes, scope fights, and I thought that was included. Man, this is the dangerous part right over here. I thought that was included. This is fucking danger right over here. Don't send out vague progress invoices. Never cheat your customers. It'll reflect on your personality. And if your employee can see you as the owner and you're doing this, man, you're not a good person. You're not a good businessman. You're not a good boss. Because if you can cheat your customer, then you can cheat your employee, then you can cheat everyone. This is like a pre-cheating part right over here. Be honest. Have a great business. Have a great principle. Because this part right over here, this is the beginning of. A beginning of. Not yet. A beginning of. Vague progress invoice. No, don't do that, man. Name the phase. Define deliverables. State the next condition. This one right over here, step 1, step 2, step 3, dot. This right over here will define you and your competitor on how good and solid you are as a businessman, as a person, as a boss. Making collections emotional. God damn. Do not make it emotional. Sending collections is just logical. It's just business, you know? This will cost bad customer interaction, inconsistent follow-up, office chaos. You know what would happen if you do it emotional? 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 1 year. By the time you collect, guess who's more angrier? It's not you, it's your customer. They'll end up blaming you. Dude, it's been a year. Why are you collecting me $500 that we've done it for last year? I think I already paid this. I'm not sure. I already paid this. Everyone has amnesia. Just collect. You know, remove the word collect. Just get the payment. If that sounds less corporate, just get payments. Forget the word collect. Collections sounds very corporate and really strong. Just get payment. Make it soft. You know, hey, just want to get some payments. Simple. So, and there's a way to do it. You can just automate the first reminder. 3 days, 7 days, 30 days. We're going to teach you how to automate stuff like that. You can document promises. Escalate on rules, not moods. Like I said, if it's been 60 days and set up your threshold, financial threshold, like 5,000 for 60 days, stop. If you cannot collect, let us know. We're going to help you out. We'll find a way to collect. All right. No fake threats, but just a way of doing it properly. 5th, mixing warranty with unpaid new work. I don't understand why some owners do this. They're mixing warranty with unpaid new work. Why? This sounds another dishonest shit. This will cost you free labor, accounting confusion, and customer manipulation. Exactly. Dude, you don't make an a la carte, show everything in your invoice, but do not mix that warranty with unpaid new work. I've seen some customers doing this. Don't. I mean, just stop, because this will give you a bad reputation. It'll cause more dispute later on. What to do instead? Separate true warranty, punch list, and a new billable scope inside the CRM. Yeah. 6th, last one. Leaving the next phase in a text thread instead of a new job order. I don't know how big your operations is, but you got to start acting corporately, okay? You're in business, treat it like a business. Seriously. You don't put it on WhatsApp or text message. You get a text message. Dude, we're going to proceed to phase 2. Property managers. Okay, done. Dude, phase 2 is done. We're going to go to phase 3. And you receive a report. Done! Dude, I'm gonna go phase 4 and phase 5. Done. By the time you're like phase 6, that's the last part. Dude, I need to collect. Your property manager would say, show me proof that you've done it. Holy shit. Oh, here's a proof. My text messages, the screenshot. That's not proof. That's a proof of communication. There was no proof of deliverables. Grow up. You're in business, for God's sake. Okay, last part over here. Money does not sit outside the operating system. Money drives the next move in the operating system. Wow. That is solid right over there. 100,000,000%. Here's the whole game. Invoice means work is documented and billable. That is the exact definition and the only definition you should know and learn and understand, absorb and digest. Invoice means work is documented and billable. That's it. Second, collect means payment follow-up has a real cadence or rhythm and a real owner. Paid means money is supplied and the file is routed correctly. Paid. Done. Progress billing means project loops back into the operation with a controlled work packet. That's progress billing. If you could do this solid, correctly, properly, honestly, in an honest workflow, your business will grow 100%. It'll scale 100%. You know why? It's not just about having few operations or few people, this and that, just because you're honest and you're doing it correctly. And if you're honest and if you're doing it correctly and you have a great workflow and you have a great team, it doesn't matter if your operations are small, you will grow big because you're going to outwork, outsmart everyone. So people will like you. Customers will love you. And guess what? The after effect is good karma. You're going to grow and grow and grow. Those competitor is kind of big. Not for long. Then they don't have honest work. They send vague invoices and, you know, they're always late with their deliverables. Not for long, baby. Look at your board right now or your CRM board and I need you to find this. Invoices that are sent but not collected. Dude, you may have 50 grand, 100 grand right sitting down there in your ass right now. I tell you, you have like 50, 80K minimum maybe sitting right there, not yet collected. Could be 60 days, 90 days, 120, could be a year. Probably anything 8 months to 1 year, you're probably having 5 to 10K grand sitting right over there. Do not subscribe. If I'm wrong, I'm 100%. You have 5 to 10 grand sitting right over there in between 120 to 1 year invoices. And you probably have like minimum of 50K sitting under 60 days. And you probably have 100K to 200K in your 30 days. I'm 100,000,000%. Comment if you don't. We're going to help you out how to do that. So yeah, let's do some Zoom call. Phase 2. Number 2. Phases that are being worked without real progress billing trigger. First of all, if you have a good CRM, if you have a good team, well-trained VA, you wouldn't have this kind of problem. So go ahead and look at your board, look at your CRM, look at those phase project. Even if you're an appliance repair or HVAC or whatever, electrical, if you have like a progress phases project that you're currently working right now, check it out if it has triggers, if it has proper triggers and automations, if it moves next, if it moves next, if it moves next. If it doesn't, if everything just runs on your phone, you're not in business. You're just doing it as a hobby. I've seen some owners doing this, building big laundromat and every phases of their job just sitting on their phone. I got a new iPhone 17. Everything's set in here. I got a new Samsung Fold and everything's sitting on everything. I feel organized. Yeah, whatever. You're not even growing. Okay, third, I need you to look at your board and find this. Your next crew that are scheduled before the last phase is financially cleared. Dude, this is the part right over here where you're going to end up getting killed. You're going to get murdered by your own crew. You already scheduled some of them and you haven't even paid them from phase 1. So this is right over here. This is like a sinking boat right over here. Just 3 things. Look at your board right now and find this. Do not subscribe if you cannot. If you cannot find this, do not subscribe. Hit the down button. But if you can find this, thumbs up, baby. And shoot me an email. We're going to help you out. I'm here to help you out. Not teaching you the guru, Tony Robbins shit. Nothing against the motivational PDF. This is just me sharing you guys operational shit that fucking works. That can be applied. That we have experience and have mistake and fixed. So this is where your money is leaking. Okay, moving on to last part right over here. Recall, warranty, lost, won, and cancel. We're going to first define that. Okay, let's move on to recall, warranty, won, lost, cancel. What are those? Looks familiar? Yeah, choose your X. Let me give you the most annoying sentence in the trade. Your customer, Karen, says, "It's the same issue again." Beautiful. Fantastic. Amazing. It's like music to our ears. Customer says, "The same leak is back. Same breaker tripped again. Same room, it's hot again. The same washer and dryer still won't spin. Same swimming pool that went cloudy again. And the same ant problem that's apparently now worse than ever," which usually means they saw 2 ants instead of 1. And now your office, your CSR, your customer service representative, is now panicking. They usually do this. They panic, they guess, no intake triage, no coverage check, no root cause note, no schedule control. I mean, what the fuck, man? Why did Karen call back again? Because there's another thing that's happening, or she's having a period. I'm not sure why she's having a period. She's a man. Just pure homemade chaos, you know? This is what the last stage is all about. Recall, warranty, won, loss, and cancel. We kind of split won, loss, and cancel on the side fence a bit, but still they are in the last stage. This stage matters because this is where you find out whether your business runs properly or it's just keep having jobs that reopens and same mess wearing a different job number. If you reach this part right over here and still having the same issues, then, your intake you didn't do the right workflow. You don't have a system in the first place. This is a recall or warranty issue right over here. You see this right over here? Recall warranty issue. This is fuel cost right over here. You see that green dash line? That's fuel cost right there. That's burning cash flow right over there. You've done the job, blah, 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 boom, and then recall. Shit. That is fuel charge that you cannot charge the customer. That's on you. So how to fix that? Well, 1, charge it to your technician, right? You mess up, but be reasonable. Investigate properly. Don't just charge it to him. He has family. Okay. We don't want to... If it goes back to acquire information again, we begin with a bankruptcy question of why did Karen call back again? Change this acquire information. If it's a recall, say it Karen again, because this Karen right over here, this will bankrupt your business. Gives you bad review. I've seen a lot of this kind of customer. You got to have a clear information if it's a recall, because that is not funny and that is not a good business to run if you always have recall, right? You got to check back again, because if it goes back again to this process, and you're not doing business, you're just keep repeating the same mistake. You gotta acquire right information, triage, ownership, schedule, dispatch, execution, documentation, then final outcome. Investigate why. Some customers, maybe it's not your fault. Maybe it's not your technician's fault. Maybe it's just Karen. It's just, some bitch ass just wanted to take advantage of you. So investigate, right? You don't just say, yeah, just send Mike back out. Your CSR escalates the issue to your operations manager, and you're saying, okay, well, just send Mike back out. Mike is not a system. Mike is a human being with a van and a lower back pain. By the end of this, I'm going to break down exactly how recall and warranty should loop back through your whole operating system. and why won is not just we got the check, and why lost is not the same thing as cancel, and how to keep this stage turning into a discount festival with a truck. You're not a trucking company, by the way. Let me just remind you of that. You are not a trucking company giving discounts. You're in a service business industry. Have you ever treated a brand new problem like a warranty issue just because the customer sounded mad enough? Investigate. Okay, that doesn't mean like customers yelling and shouting, and you're gonna give off right away. You're gonna give warranty right away. You're gonna send Mike right away. No, investigate. Check it out first. Maybe it's not your fault. Maybe it's not your technician's fault. Maybe it's just one cheap ass Karen customer. Here's a stage where bad operations lose money twice. First on the original job, then again on the comeback. Sounds familiar, right? When a recall and warranty are sloppy, this is what happens. Office books a return visit, wrong technician gets sent. Second time you send a wrong technician. That's even fucking worse. No one checked if it's the same issue or different issue. Customer hears the word warranty before anybody knows the fact. Extra labor gets donated. Parts get eaten. The schedule gets wrecked because now you have unwanted recall, and that Tuesday's full, Wednesday's full, Thursday, Friday's full. But you have this one recall from last week and you got to squeeze it in somewhere around that. That'll wreck your schedule. And then number 8, the original job history is still sitting in the CRM looking like a ransom note. Bad part is you cannot collect. You haven't even collected yet. And there's already a recall. God damn. So you've got the other half of this stage. Right over here, recall and warranty. Sorry if you can hear the dog, my neighbor. Okay, moving on. Let us define first. I know, it's plain English. Won means what exactly? Like, what exactly does it mean? I won? Won what? Is it paid? Customer satisfied? No open issues? Maintenance plan sold? Review received? What does that mean? Lost. Let's go lost. It means what? It means fucking what? Lost what? Did you lose the customer? Oh, they're just there. They're still there. Did you lose the job? You went to other competitor. Did you lose phase 2? Did you lose the balance? Or did you just write it off just because you're scared? Doesn't make sense. And cancel. Cancel by who? Who canceled it? The tenant? Or the property manager? Or the parent company? Who canceled it? Your foreman? Why? Cancel it before work? Cancel it mid-job? Cancel after deposit? Cancel due to non-payment? Cancel because of safety issues? Because of no permit? You cancel because customers ghosting? You cancel because of the moon cycle? It's just too much shit. Simple vocabulary, but if you're going to define it in the operational perspective, then you yourself just don't understand your business work. Right? You can fix microwave. You can fix your washer's dryer. You can build the roof. But this right over here, this is operational shit that you just don't understand. You have the skill. Your grandpa, your dad trained you to have that kind of skill. But maybe they didn't train you with the new generational corporate stuff on how to structure your company properly, from collections and everything. So right over here, this is where you'll fail. If those statuses are sloppy, your reporting is fake. And if your reporting is fake, your decisions are fake. You'll just end up being busy and broke. Dude, man, I've got a lot of stuff running. Oh my God, dude, you sound so busy, man. Your schedule is full. Yeah, I can't even buy you a beer right now, buddy. I got 200,000 invoice sent. I call it revenue. Let me repeat it back so I can move on. If those statuses are sloppy, your reporting is fake. And if your reporting is fake, your decisions are fake. Guess what? Your callback rate is also fake. Your warranty cost is hidden and fake. Your technician scorecard? Fucking nonsense. Your close rate? Inflated. Your cancellation reasons? Invisible. And most likely fake. Your accounting? Let me guess. Exactly. I don't want to say it here, but let us help you with that. Okay? So this is just me being real, clear, and blunt and direct because I know the pain. I know the operational pain of running this kind of service business on the operator standpoint. I've seen a lot of owners doing this shit. Okay. All right. So let's define things. Just a few things. A recall is not a favor. Just because your buddy, the property manager, your buddy, saying like, oh, dude, man, same dryer, not heating. Maybe you can drop by again. Maybe you can swing by again and have a look into it. Dude, that's a favor. Recall is not a favor. Second, warranty is not a favor. God damn it. Dude, if every warranty is a feeling, every appliance company goes bankrupt. There should be a structured workflow and questions before warranty hits. One is not a dopamine hit. God damn, I won the project, baby. Then what? Nothing. Loss is not just, oh well, next customer. Loss is not, that's fine. God will provide. God will not provide. It's not God's fault because you lost the project. Maybe you just have a wrong estimate. You have a bad estimate. You didn't follow up. You lost it. It's not God's fault. Don't say it. God will provide, God has already given. God has already provided. This has nothing to do with your religion. You just lost the project because you have a bad estimate. You have bad workflow. Cancel is not a trash can. How can I define this? Why do people always say like cancel and then they just delete it? Some don't. Just leave it cancel. Maybe it can be reopened again. Don't. It's not a trash can. It's not a waste. Learn from it. Why was it canceled? Why was the job canceled? Maybe there's something wrong with your technician or your foreman or your CSR. Why was it canceled? Go look into it. Go look at your CRM. How many canceled jobs? All of these are controlled outcome. Like I said, don't put religion in here. Don't put God in here. Don't blame your customer. Don't blame your CSR. Don't blame your operations manager. Go look at your CRM. Don't blame the CRM. Go look at yourself. What was wrong? Did I define it wrong? Did I operate this business very well? Did I teach my son to run this business very well? Or I just, I teach him how to fix washers and dryers. I teach him how to fix some roof, how to use the hammer drill. Then what? You didn't teach him the whole business perspective, the whole business structure. You just teach him one skill to become a skilled laborer. That's it. You didn't teach him to become a businessman. I'm not going to teach you how to become a businessman. You know your business, right? So these are controlled outcomes. You just have to learn your trade. Okay, moving on. When a customer comes back with the same issue or something that smells like the same issue, the workflow loops back to acquire information. But again, investigate. Not because you want to be difficult, but because you want to be accurate. Recall and warranty are not field stage first. They are intake first. You know what? If you've trained your technicians, okay, maybe not your customer's fault, but if you've trained your technicians very well, if you've trained your CSR very well, you wouldn't have recall. And if there will be, which is unavoidable, you could really minimize it. Out of 100 jobs, you should have at least one recall. Fine. Nothing is perfect, right? No operations is perfect. But at least just have one recall, 1 or 2 recall, 2%, 1%. That's it. Don't go beyond that. Not 5%, not 10% recall. If you have 5% recall, then you got to start looking for a new business. Moving on. If you have a VA, if you have a physical office or a remote office, it doesn't matter. You office, meaning you have employees in the admin part, you have operations manager, you have your ask. What exactly is happening now? Is it some symptoms? Sorry. Is it the same symptom or just same equipment? Where did it start again? Was anything else touched by another contractor or customer? Very important. Is there a safety concern? Is it within our workmanship window? Is there a manufacturer part warranty involved? Shit happened, right? You went there, you changed the parts, and one fucking small capacitor tipped off, got burned. The whole machine didn't work again. Customer's complaining because he doesn't know what capacitor is. blame you. So yeah, is this a true callback or a new diagnosis or a maintenance issue pretending to be a callback? Could just be another maintenance issue. They just pretend it's a callback, and some customers are like so cheap, man, and they just want to take advantage of, small contractors like you. And I don't blame you for that. But yeah, should have just set up your parameters in here. Lastly, are we talking the same laundry room but different dryer, pretending to call the same issue? One laundry room, 20 machines, like 5 dryers, 5 washers. Sorry, 10 washers, 10 dryers. All right. And the washer number 6 had water leak issue. And then washer number 10 have lint issue, drain issue, whatever issue. And then comes dryer number 3, not heating. Could be the heating element. And then they call back again. You've already done the washers. Customer calls back, hey, it's still not heating. What do you mean still not heating? I haven't even touched your dryer yet. Okay, recall. Recall always goes back to acquire information. It's not actually free. It's not automatically warranty. It is not automatically technician fault. And it's definitely not automatically just send Mike again. Investigate. Check this out. Do this, then this. Customer calls, texts, emails, and replies to the original thread. Look for that email. Don't make another email thread, please. It'll mess things up. Look for the email first. Your VA or CSR opens the original job order. That's also the same reason. That's also, remember what we talked about earlier where we have to put your work order request number or things like that? Your work request number or reference number. This is where you can open the original job record. And then a new recall intake form gets filled out. Issue gets classified, same symptoms, adjacent symptoms, new symptom, safety issue, or customer confusion. Just classify them. Which one's switch? Coverage gets reviewed, priority gets assigned. If proven true and correct, then a new schedule, dispatch decisions gets made. Investigate, go deeper. There can be a lot of this, a lot more things to verify, justify. You don't just go there just because. That's not how things work in this business. Customer says it's the same issue. Sometimes it is, sometimes not. You got washers in here. This is what I'm saying. You got washers in here and you got the pink washer. It's not working. They call it same issue. It's not. Same room, different cost, different machine number. Verify. If you have trained your VA in the first place and your technician provided the right photos before and after with right documentation and tested it, you wouldn't have this problem. Same fixtures, different component, same appliance, different failure, same yard, different drainage point, same pest complaint, different entry point, different species of ants, same pool, different chemistry condition, different weather happened 2 days after because it fucking rained. Look, customers are not dumb. They just don't know. You, as a businessman, you also have to educate them. Like, be honest with them, educate them, give them the right information, the cost, the symptoms, why the pool is this, why their garden is turning blue. Okay, let me move on with the next one. Okay, moving on. A weak company would do this. I usually see this. You promise a free warranty visit immediately, throw the same technician back out blind, again, could probably be Mike. You jam the stop into an already overloaded route. You skip intake, skip review, skip notes, and act like you're shocked later that day when you see that your margin disappears because of fuel. You know what? There's a simple things that you just have to change. They say that do not change your goal, change the process. Do not change the target, change the process. I'm not saying change your technician unless they're really, really bad, but change the process. There might be something wrong with your workflow. So, what we change should be simple. Recall intake must require the same exact symptom, verify what was diagnosed and tested previously, of course. It wouldn't be a recall if it's just going to be a different one. different issue. Second one, the office reviewed the original service note, parts replaced, and photos. A senior technician, or it could be you as the owner, as the expert, you should verify whether this was a true workmanship failure or not. And a fourth one, the revisit got its own scheduled slot instead of being squeezed in like a free apology tour. You don't want to cancel all the job that you've already scheduled for that day just because there's a warranty from Jeffrey Epstein. No, you cannot. And the return visit was documented separately from the original job. Sure. See? There could be more. There could be a lot depending on how big your operations is, right? And again, depending on how big your crew is, logistics, so many things. This is a part where you could tell whether it was a covered workmanship, parts-related follow-up, customer maintenance failure, a partial goodwill, or a brand new billable service. That doesn't mean if you're a small company, you're a weak company and people should not respect you. No, if you have a right process, the people will respect you. Property managers will respect you. And if they respect you, they will pay you on time. Trust me. Okay. Always rules and never rules. Always. Always reopen with intake, not assumptions. Always connect the recall to the original job record. Always define whether it is the same symptom, new symptom, or unresolved scope. Let's go with never. Never promise free warranty before you have discovered something else. I've thought of some examples, but I don't want to say it. Okay. Never send a technician back with no original file review, right? Again, don't let him go blind. And third, never let the recall live only in a text message. Of course. But guess what? Some of you guys are doing this. Customer texts you guys, right? Hey, still not heating. After 6 months, the dryer is still not heating, or swimming pool still cloudy. All right, moving on. Warranty. Let us define this. Warranty is a coverage decision, not a customer mood. That doesn't mean your customer, Karen, and she has a bad mood, and she just suddenly thought of, this could be covered under warranty. Not every recall is a warranty, okay? But every warranty starts with a recall style intake, kinda. Let me go over with it a bit. A warranty issue means the return event is actually covered under a defined promise. Workmanship warranty, installation warranty, service call warranty, or manufacturer part equipment warranty. If it's you who did it, workmanship warranty, installation, service call. If it's a manufacturer warranty, throw it back to the manufacturer. Don't do it yet unless you get confirmation that you get paid by the manufacturer, okay? Also, if you're the authorized, I've worked with one company where he is the authorized installer and repair guy of Alliance, Alliance Laundry. So he does that. He gets paid by Alliance. He's not worried if the tenant pays him or not. He's paid by Alliance. Do this, then this. When recall comes in, original job and contracts are reviewed. It should be moved up here. So, like I said, if recall comes in, original job and contract are reviewed, if there was even a contract, and then the coverage is checked in that contract, check the root cause suspicion is noted. Root cause suspicion is noted. If covered, stage becomes warranty. Okay? Because it's under a contract. Then it goes through a schedule, dispatch again like a controlled return visit. It's as simple as that. Because if your warranty policy is, see that yellow line out there? If your warranty policy is whatever keeps the customer from sounding annoyed, from not sounding annoyed, congratulations, you do not have a warranty program, you have a panic discount subscription. Damn. Okay, who owns this? Your VA, your CSR, your dispatcher. They should be the one first verifying the dates when it was first fixed. So you can anchor if it's under your 90-day repair warranty. Document the coverage claim, get photos and videos if needed. Your technician, they validate, the covered costs versus unrelated issue. Was it really something that they did wrong? You know, if you know your technicians are honest and good, and, you know, if you ask them truthfully and they say like, man, I tested it 3 times and it worked before I left and the customer signed. So if a customer calls back after 2 weeks, why is it not working with the same issue? There could be something wrong. It could be the parts that was replaced wasn't working, may have burned again. I don't know, tipped off maybe. And then, okay, so moving on. Owner or your operations manager, which kind of have the 10-year experience on that operation, you guys, you and the operations manager should approve if there's any exemptions, if there's any goodwill credits, sure. And, you know, if there's any manufacturer escalations. But teach your VA to handle manufacturer escalations. They should learn how to handle this. Unless your technician were the one who ordered the parts, they should also know that. Have a triage on this one, because warranty can get a little bit complicated, especially when you have a caring customer. Okay, this little disclaimer. Not a lawyer, but let me read you a couple of stuff that I know, that I've learned, that I've read, and I've experienced. You heard of Magnuson-Moss Warranty Act? This warranty triage explains more, or, you know, under the parameters of FTC, we just have to, like, you know, follow it. So for plumbing, warranty can be covered if same leak at the same, you know, same joint you repaired, question mark, same leak at the same joint you repaired, could be warranty. New leak on a different branch line, probably not. For HVAC. Okay. Is it same no cool that was caused by your failed installation connection, which was your guy who installed it? Okay, good. Maybe warranty. Is it same outdoor unit but brand new blower issue or filthy filter situation? Then that could be a different story. Let's go with electrical. Is it the same outlet dead because your connection failed? Okay, maybe warranty. Whole new circuit issue because the homeowner plugged in a space heater and a treadmill and a small moon. That's not a warranty just because your customer's a dumbass. Appliance repair. Same Whirlpool washer, same drain complaint, same pump you installed and failed inside a covered window. Okay, great. Could be warranty. However, if it's same washer, now the lead switch becomes a new issue. That's not the same thing just because it's wearing the same pants. It's not. Okay, let's go with swimming pool service. Same heater repair, still faulting because your install or setting was wrong. Okay, great. Could be warranty, maybe. However, different scenario. Pool turned green again because the service was skipped, storm load hit, or chemistry wasn't maintained. Well, that is not your workmanship magically becoming an LJ. Or probably one of their daughter just had a party with 30 of her friends using SPF 15 sunscreen lotion that turned the pool into milk. Okay, landscaping. Plant loss due to install issue. Okay, maybe coverage depending on your written policy, right? However, plant loss because the customer watered twice in 3 weeks and then sprayed over it. Absolutely not a warranty. Okay? That doesn't mean, you know what? Let's just not go over with landscaping. I don't want to hurt some of the landscaping client that I've worked with. But yeah. Pest control. Same treatment zone and documented persistent active inside coverage rules. Great. maybe warranty, revisit. But if it's a new activity from a different entry point or sanitation failure, it could be a different rat from your neighborhood, different scope, maybe not. Okay, let's go with cleaning. Cleaning, missed area under defined checklist. I got the checklist, the door, the bathtub, the bed, and everything. Okay, and some parts there are missing and we haven't cleaned it. Great, it's a recall, kind of warranty style touch up. But if it's a new add-on, they just notice in the garage, no, that's not. It's not a warranty or a recall thing, okay? Moving on, we're almost done with this. One means operationally close, not just emotionally relieved. A lot of owners think one means like, oh man, we got paid. Well, that's a part of it, but not yet, or not all of it. Let's define it real quick. Make things solid. Work completed, payment handled, no unresolved recall, no open billing fight, no mystery punch item, no floating, oh, I thought you were coming back. And the customer is either fully closed or intentionally routed into maintenance, service agreement, or the next planned life cycle step. Here's my one workflow, okay? Make this as a standard. Payment applied, close out verified, customer summary sent, review request sent. Guys, I see a lot of owners that they don't utilize their CRM fully. They don't send Google review and all that. Trust me, it could be a compounding marketing peripheral that you may not be able to use it now, but next week, next month, next year, that can really give you a better business long term. Okay, warranty terms or maintenance next step communicated. Job archived cleanly, yes. Future reactivation recall watch tag applied if needed. Put some date. Who was the technician? What was the diagnosis and the things were done? That is one. And if the money is in your pocket, that is a real win, baby. A review, a repeat customer, or a referral. You just won. Best software. I know there are a lot of software out there that is also great and awesome, but these are like the software that just keeps coming back with some of the clients that I've worked with. Quote IQ, Contractors Plus, and Go High Level. Also Service Fusion, Jobber, Titan. There's a lot. I just haven't put it here. This is not sponsored. I'm not here to do the comparison yet. Not yet. They haven't paid me yet. Because this is not sponsored yet. This is my first video, so bear with me. But yeah, I'm gonna do some reviews and go deeper with this. This is great when it comes to Code IQ, great when it comes to, I don't know, recall, very intuitive. Contractors Plus, also great. Service Fusion, a bit clunky, but when it comes to like warranty stuff, I'm not sure, just they don't fully function that way. Go High Level, pretty corporate stuff with your VA. Yeah, good. You could automate a lot of stuff there. When it comes to warranty and, cancellations. And even losing customer, you can still, or probably still get it back because they have great automation. So, yeah. But let's move on with lost and cancel. Guys, lost and cancel are not the same thing. And for that reason, they're not in the same spelling and the same definition. That doesn't mean you lost. That doesn't mean you lost your girlfriend. You can cancel texting her. Okay? It's not the same thing. Why did I even give that stupid example? Are you guys still texting with your ex? So yeah, lost them, but don't cancel them. Lost means we failed to win or keep the business outcome. Okay? You just failed to win. And you haven't really, fully grasped or hit your target. Cancel means the workflow was intentionally terminated. Intentionally terminated. Canceled. Bang. Forget my girlfriend example earlier. That doesn't work here. That can happen because, let's go with the lost again. Lost can happen because customer went with another contractor, customer refused phase 2, job stalled and died, balance become uncollectible, trust broke, response was too slow, price lost, or our process sucked and the customer left. Most likely. That is a pure 100% business loss. Okay, let's move on with cancel. Cancel means the workflow was intentionally terminated. That can happen because you're a jackass and your girlfriend left you. That can happen because the customer canceled before it started. Customer used a valid cancellation right where applicable. Financing died. Material became unavailable. Permit and inspection issue blocked continuation. Safety concerns stopped the job. Access wasn't provided. Fraud red flag showed up. That's a different story. Or we canceled because the account became too risky. It's not a loss, but it's you just terminated it because you see so many parameters that's just not working for you. Okay. And that's not always a loss in the same sense. You cancel it, but it's not a loss. It's there. Okay. All right. Lost reason codes and cancel reason codes. Let's redefine that in a singular manner. Lost reason code, price, speed, competitor, trust, financing, non-payment, service failure, no decision, customer disappeared, face not approved, lost. Bam, damn. That's it. Cancel reason code. Customer exercise cancellation, emergency exclusion confusion, permit, code block, unsafe site, scope mismatch, unavailable material, no access, policy violation, internal decline, mutual termination. Guys, except for this one, right? Force your CRM to have this tags or under lost recent code under category. I don't know what CRM you're using, but put this up so it's very clear. Why was it lost? Service failure. Why was it canceled? Policy violation. And then put the notes there. Why was it canceled? Right? But these are like the codes, simple codes that you could put up in your CRM. So force your CRM to have this. Trust me, this will save you later on. Okay, mistakes to avoid. Mistakes to avoid. Calling every callback a warranty. No, it's not. Go with dumbass. What it costs. Donated labor, hidden margin loss, fake quality data. What to do instead? Treat recall as intake first, then decide coverage. Yeah, sure. Second mistake, not reacquiring information. What it costs? Wrong technician dispatch, wrong parts loaded, wrong expectation set. What to do instead? Every recall loops back through intake, even if it feels repetitive. Just do it again. It doesn't hurt to do it again. Get another information. You could probably get a new statement from a customer. Third, using one too early. This is where you guys mostly fail. What it costs? Fake reporting, missed callback, sloppy follow-up, weak retention. What to do instead? Put one status only after payment. Okay? If there's proof, if there's closeout and then clean relationship routing, send some reviews and everything like that. That's one. 100%. Mixing lost and cancel. What it costs? Bad reporting and useless post-mortems. What to do instead? Separate we lost it from we terminated it. Okay? Fifth, letting office staff improvise legal sounding cancellation promises. Don't. Your office is not, you're not a law firm. So try having that legal sounding cancellation promises. Blah, blah, blah. Do not. Just make it simple. Customer can understand. What can it cost? Customer confusion, inconsistent handling, and avoidable risk. What to do instead? Use a written policy. If you have a template, use that. Put some simple contract language and CRM reason codes tied to real actual rules, actual shit. Remember that FTC we spoke about earlier? You know, FTC's cooling off rule cover only certain consumer sales and excluded several categories, including some emergency repair situations. Try that. Because, trust me, this will save you a lot. What warranty can you provide and what not? You also need to protect yourself. It's not always customers' right. I mean, you know, customers always right. Yeah, 50% yes. But you are also right. 50%. So, you know, deal with it. Okay? Don't be a kiss ass. You're a business. You need to get paid. Sixth, no root cause tracking. What it causes. Repeat failures by the same tech. Same process, same handoff error. Don't send Mike again. What to do instead? Tag root cause, workmanship, bad part, wrong diagnosis, unclear scope, customer misuse, maintenance neglect, outside interference, and not covered new issue. That's a mouthful. If there was a root cause from the original job, track it. The serial number, the make, the model, what was the parts that was replaced? Was it the same technician? Small details like this can save you a lot. This can save you a lot of money. Was it the same diagnosis that was done? So here's the whole game. Kind of repetitive, but it needs to. So it'll sink in and it becomes real solid process in your operating system. So here's the whole game. RICO goes back to acquire information because I want facts before I dispatch again. Warranty is a verified coverage decision. Verified, not a customer mood. One means operationally close, not just temporarily quiet. Loss means we failed to keep or convert the outcome. Cancel means the workflow stopped on purpose. Intentional termination. With a reason that actually teaches us something. Why was it canceled in the first place? Right? Same logic applies across every niche. Plumbing, HVAC, electrical, appliance repair, landscaping, pool, pest, cleaning, construction. As they say, different truck. Same principle, same operating brain. Okay, this is the end part right over here. Okay, this is the last part. Think of a conveyor belt. So imagine a mobile phone factory. First guy puts up the frame, another guy puts up the camera, another guy puts up the battery, another guy puts up the screen. You get the idea, right? Systematic. One guy only knows this part here, and he does this correctly, perfectly, precisely, and they're really expert just to put up the screen, the battery, the camera, and all that. I'm not saying you're going to be changing your business to a mobile phone factory, but a conveyor belt system that is repeatable, scalable, running on one pipeline, one workflow in cycle. This is what you have to fix first. Remember that system? The workflow? Put that in one straight line in a conveyor belt. Even if you don't have that much people, Even if you don't have that big operation, even if you don't have that much VA, you only have 1 or 2, categorize, set them up. Who puts the battery? Who puts this? Who puts that? You build one simple pipeline, like a conveyor belt. Assign one owner to every step, right? Who owns this task? Who owns this next step? Who owns the creating job order? Who creates estimate? Who makes the collection? Put the work in the CRM, not in people's head. Create an SOP. If you don't have one, shoot us an email in the description below. We're going to help you out with that. Set hard response, scheduling, documentations, and invoicing rules. Again, basic SOP. You can teach you out with this. Lastly, review the numbers every week like an operator, not a spectator. That doesn't mean you're an owner. You just going to Cabo, Mexico, just having a fucking vacation, being a spectator, thinking that your operations manager is going to do everything and, happy banana. No. Work like an operator. Really wanted to go for a vacation? You can hire us. We're going to operate and run your business, regardless of how big, how small. So, yep, that wraps up everything. Think like a conveyor belt. Systematic. Smooth. One pipeline. Everything should be good. If you have any questions, I know this is kind of long. It's been like, 4 or 5 hours? This is my first video, episode 1. Bear with me. There are things that I probably miss or overly gave so much example. But yeah, I hope you've learned something. If there are things that I missed, let me know in the description below. If there are things that you've learned, let me know in the comments below, not in the description, sorry. So, we're gonna have more videos after this, discussing mainly on the CRM, operations, and then we're gonna go niche by niche. Total of like 210 videos that will be coming up soon. It's gonna take a lot. 210 videos, even if I put that every day, it'll take me 7 months. But yeah, so we're going to be separating the cleaning niche, construction niche, swimming pool. We're going to be creating a lot of playlists in here. So bear with me. Tell me which industry you are, which niche you are. Construction, cleaning, roofing, appliance repair, swimming pool, pest, landscaping, that we could do. Let me know in the comments below what are your thoughts and any good comment. Please don't be a jackass. Okay. I'm going to be creating a new community soon. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not selling courses. Maybe not yet. I don't know. Maybe I'm not going to sell courses, or maybe yes, I will. But for now, this is just me talking shit on the operational side as an operator based on my experience. Okay, ciao.